You'd expect from a great neighbor. Apply online today at neighborscu.org. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Thank you, Captain Paul. KTRS weather today sunny, high of 59. Tonight, cloudy, overnight low of 38. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high of 60. Big drop in temperature tomorrow night with a low of 35. Cloudy and cold on Wednesday, high of 42. And then even colder on Thursday with a high of 32. But right now, a beautiful 59 degrees. The time is 3:08. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Al Arbor, Barrett Jackman, and Alexander Steen celebrate the newest inductees into the St. Louis Blues Hall of Fame, presented by First Community during a pregame ceremony on January 13th when the Blues take on the Hurricanes. Be sure to get here early to honor the legends and be one of the first 10,000 fans through the gate to receive a Blues Hall of Fame Class of 2026 banner courtesy of First Community. Get your tickets today at stlouisblues.com.
We sell siding, windows, doors, and decking by the truckload. My name is Julius Krasanik, celebrating 53 years in this business. Our company is Wholesale Siding Depot, and our seasoned customer service group has over 200 years of combined siding, window, door, and decking knowledge. My grandson Elijah says,
"Are you kidding me?"
The brands that we sell are durable, maintenance-free, and energy-saving. Featuring Anderson, CertainTeed, Viwinco, Provia, Masonite, TimberTech, and others, offering the best selection of styles and colors available in this industry. And better yet, our prices are wholesale every day. Last, our Peace of Mind initiative also includes a free contractor referral service to take care of your installation concerns or needs. You are just one click away from keeping it local, family, and professional. Please visit WSDepot.com. That's WSDepot.com.
What have we learned about Heidi?
But cockroaches were the least of her problems. Heidi had to fight for every opportunity.
You know, Heidi is, even though she's very kind of sweet and innocent,
Heidi wanted out of the slum, and her agent wasn't doing enough.
Oh my God, they moved Heidi right next to me now.
Although Heidi seems serene,
she's a bit naughty.
she uses an ancient folk remedy to help calm her down.
Heidi is back.
That here we are all back together again, Heidi, Bob, and Josh, and we have got a lot to get to. First up, we're going to be joined by our friends over at Premier U, but this time we're taking a little bit of a different approach, kind of a lesson on not being so hard on yourself, more of a mental approach, because a lot of people are now 12 days into their New Year's resolution. But do we really need to detox or a fresh start? Or do we really, just want to kind of look at things a little bit differently? So we'll talk about that coming up at 3:30. In the 3 o'clock, a little later, we'll talk to Alex Stone. New details are coming out about this Oregon ICE shooting. So we'll keep you up to date on that. Then in the 4 o'clock, as we do on Mondays, we'll talk to Ryan Krull, St. Louis Magazine. First up, where do we stand with the monkeys? Are they still on the run? And did a goat join in on all of this?
There's a goat now?
There's a goat now. And here's what I've read a couple different articles on. Is everybody having a little too much fun with AI and the monkeys? It's actually making it harder to track them down because everybody's kind of acting like they've picked them up.
Post them at my house. And yeah.
And so what's real, what's fake, this is where AI kind of comes into the picture. So we'll talk to Ryan about that. And where do we stand on red lights being reactivated in St. Louis?
The red light cameras.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not the district. That's in Amsterdam.
We could use one of
We
those.
used to have
right?
one.
Yeah.
So that's all coming up about 4:20. We'll also talk to a award-winning historian and author, Jack Kelly. He has written a new book, Tom Paine's War. He'll be at the Clark Family Branch tomorrow night. But before he is there, we talked to him about who really was Thomas Paine and what do we need to know about him. I mean, the common sense pamphlets, we probably all learned a little about that, but I don't remember too much of it.
No.
So we'll talk to him and, what other roles did he play in forming our country? So that's coming up. We'll also check in with ABC's legal analyst, Royal Oakes, on the legal basis for investigating federal chair Jerome Powell. This seems a little interesting as well.
Yeah.
Then in the 5 o'clock, we will talk to a director at the Center for Carbon Capture and Conversion at the University of Wyoming. At this place, they're looking for other uses for coal. I mean, obviously, we all know its main job is generating electricity, but what are some of the other things that coal might be able to do? And when exactly did coal become a 4-letter word? When did we start kind of, shunning coal as much?
Well, I just know that in St. Louis in the 30s, it was a pretty bad deal to where there was so much smoke in the city that there were some days with an air inversion that you couldn't see in the middle of the day.
Yeah, and definitely didn't want to go out and inhale any of that. So we'll, talk about that. And we got some entertainment news. Obviously, the Golden Globes were last night.
Yes.
Then we'll wrap this show up with some randoms. I want to start with a pretty big positive. Some of the former figure skating legends. I mean, there were so many people in town for the, championships at Enterprise Center. But we're talking Scott Hamilton and Nancy Kerrigan, and even saw Hoda Kotb was in town. But what was really nice is how many of them were talking about how great St. Louis did.
Oh.
A former Olympic figure skater, Krull Heiss, said, I have to tell you, this is the first since before COVID that a national championship has had a full house. He said, they encourage the skaters when they aren't doing well, and they appreciate all the wonderful things that the skater has done. So actually complimenting our crowds. Scott Hamilton kind of joined that too and said, that he's been to St. Louis before to skate and loves it every single time.
Nice.
Just the atmosphere. Skating in this town is really popular and really well supported. He said the amount of talent he's already seen on the ice during the championship sets, he thinks that we're going to have a pretty strong push at the Olympics. And he said he's super excited for the United States and this whole Olympic movement. I mean, it was a great time. Championships were expected to bring in around $20 million and nearly $1 million in tax revenue. So I think that's pretty cool, and I love hearing that all of these legends who have been everywhere and to all of the different cities that host these things say that we knocked it out of the park.
Yeah.
Basically, they said, you've done a fantastic job. Thank you, St. Louis. So
That is good stuff.
that is pretty cool. It's amazing, though, as much as we talk about it, how many people didn't even realize it was here in St. Louis, and maybe we're watching it on TV and then like, what?
Oh, that's St. Louis?
Yeah. Yes, it is. So, Bob, you were gone on quite the road trip. How'd everything go? I mean, working, of course.
It was good. Yeah, it was good. I went when we got to Philadelphia, I went with the local style of cheesesteak.
Yeah.
And I've done it before, but I always feel like I need to be really local, and you get Cheese Whiz instead of cheese.
Uh-huh.
It's just not as good.
You don't like it.
The provolone's better. And I've done it a number of times, but you do it for a while and you go, I got to do it like a local.
Yes.
And you go, no, I'm going back to provolone.
My old ways.
Bob was explaining this to me. You went to Larry's, right?
Larry's Steaks. I went to the one across the street from St. Joe's.
Okay, but there's other famous steak places
Everywhere.
And what
Pat's
are their
and
names?
Gino's are the main two.
And then you have
Jim's, which I love.
All right, so Heidi, you follow?
Yeah.
You've got Larry's, Pat's,
Yeah.
Geno's, and Jim's.
How else are you going to claim your own if you don't put your name on it?
But we're told, gosh, I gotta look up the name of it. Something that had kind of an Italian last name is getting raves as the top cheesesteak in Philly now. I'll have to look it up.
Is Philadelphia known for Italians? You know, like New York is known for Italians.
What's Balboa?
Right? Yeah, well, yeah, there you
Hey,
go.
rock.
I've never been to Philly. It's on my list. Do you like it as a city?
No.
Because
Okay.
I don't know. Now, I have to admit.
not exactly the city of brotherly love?
I have to admit, I agree with that. I have to admit, remember, I'm always there in the dead of winter.
Yeah,
it's hard
that's
for
rough.
a modern city to look great in the dead of winter.
Yeah.
So that is my disclaimer. I have been in there in the summer, and it's better, but it's really congested and to me kind of dirty. And
It does kind of feel dirty.
but there's some really cool things there.
A lot of
as
history.
well. A lot of history. You go to the Liberty Bell and the museum, and some of those kinds of things are actually pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
And then there's some areas you go by where the library is, and along the Schuylkill River, there are these really cool boat houses.
Yeah.
Where they go out and scull, on the river. And so there are some really neat things
Yeah.
as well. The food is typically pretty good, too.
Yeah, I like that.
So I've never been. My wife went on a work trip, and it was during nicer time of the year. And is it the Delaware River? She said there was a lot of.
There's the Delaware River, which is the real big river with the big ships. There's a naval station there and all those kinds of things. And the Schuylkill kind of winds through the town and up kind of, don't fact check me on this, I think kind of northwest.
Yeah.
A little smaller river.
But she said it was fine, but it was, it was
fine.
fun on the river, but the rest of the city, she could take or leave.
It's a big, giant city.
Heidi, over by your house, 9th Street Deli in Soulard, right? Have you been there?
Yes.
They have a cheesesteak that they put the cheese whiz on.
Oh, you can get whiz or it's automatic?
I think it's automatic.
Yeah.
See, even
They
in
call it
Philly,
cheese sauce.
Even in Philly, you got to order the cheese whiz.
Well,
You
I
say
went-
whiz wit, meaning whiz with onions.
I went to Larry's website. I went to Jim's website because I'm looking at these. All their pictures have provolone. And I'm like, I thought the whole point
was whiz.
Was whiz, but no, you have to ask for it special.
Yeah, whiz
Okay.
wit. Or whiz without.
Okay.
And you will, from now on, be whiz
Provolone,
without.
provolone with, and I like it with mayo. I like my cheesesteak with mayo.
Ah.
Got it. Well, is it all the same cut of meat?
I think it's supposed to be.
Okay.
I think it's supposed to be.
And kind of a shaved roast beef?
Yes.
Sounds pretty
The
good.
key, one of the key, well, obviously the meat and all the other thing, but the bread. You got to have a bread with a little bit of a crust so it doesn't fall apart because it's kind of greasy.
Yeah.
Sloppy.
Yeah.
Kind of
And-
like a Reuben. I had a Reuben from Fozzie's Sandwich Emporium yesterday, and the Thousand Island and the sauerkraut juice. It was all
It can
like
get gooey.
It got gooey, but it was so delicious.
And so with the cheesesteak bun, you want a little crust on the outside, but soft on the inside.
They are greasy. And one time I drove to Penn Station, the chain.
Penn Station's solid for
It's
a chain.
pretty good. And they got the fresh cut fries, which I love.
Delicious.
But I pull into the parking spot, and then I started thinking about how greasy the sandwich is and how I'm going to feel after I eat it. I put it in reverse, and I left.
Wow.
Look at you.
Man.
You're all grows up.
What did you go get instead?
I don't remember. This was
Big
years
Mac.
ago.
I was going to say.
And I
You
will
know.
say a quick plug to the Post Sports Bar and Grill.
They got a good one.
that's
They have a very good.
All right.
Maybe, gosh, I haven't tried them all over town, but I would put them at or near the top of the
We've got
list.
a couple of great sandwich shops,
So
really.
when that bear show came out, we asked, hey, where's the best Italian beef in St. Louis? And somebody's, I think Victor's or Vincent's or somebody, where's the best
Well, Joya's.
Philly?
Don't forget Joya's hot salami. They have a lot of great sandwiches.
They do have great sandwiches.
So don't forget that one.
Who's got the best Philly in St. Louis? 84126.
I'm going to go with the Post for now until I try other suggestions.
The Gramophone has a lot. I mean, the
Where's that?
Gramophone.
I don't know that.
in the Grove.
Oh,
and it's
so
fantastic. They have so many great sandwiches, it's hard to decide which one you want.
Oh, that's
but they
awesome.
can do a pick two, and you can do half of one and half of the
I
other.
was just going to mention that.
Yeah.
What a genius idea. Why hasn't somebody come up with it beforehand? You know, it's like you go to Subway and say, give me half a meatball and half a cold cut combo.
They just look at you like you're insane.
They're like,
what?
Yeah.
We don't do that here.
It's 2 sandwiches, sir. But the gramophone has figured it out.
Yeah.
By the way, I would be remiss. The Bills won both their games.
They're on a roll.
Look,
That makes travel
cheesesteak is
a
a
little bit,
high priority.
Yeah.
But did beat VCU and beat LaSalle.
Yeah, we did talk about the VCU win because that's a pretty
First time
big
ever
one.
Yeah.
that they won in Richmond.
But it only goes back 15 years.
That's still a lot.
No, it's quite it was quite a monkey on the back as I tie back into the head.
Look at that.
Yeah. I didn't know if you had heard the news since you were out of town that we've got monkeys running around.
Yeah.
And I wanted to mention, Heidi, since you live in the city, what was it, a couple years back, maybe 10, 15 years ago, there was a big hubbub because people wanted to keep goats in the city of St. Louis to mow their lawns.
I do not recall this.
You don't remember that? I'm going to have to ask Ryan if he remembers that. But there was a whole to-do, and I think the county council or the city council or whatever came back and said, okay, fine, you guys can keep your goats.
I've never seen a goat
in the city.
in my neighborhood or surrounding.
So look, you don't want to use a lawnmower, you're going to use a goat.
Yeah.
You got to feed him, you got to clean up the poop.
Yes.
It's not a good idea.
If you're out in the country, I get it.
There's wide open spaces.
That's right. And you can kind of, chomp on some of that grass. But if it's a small patch like you're going to have in the city,
nope,
not exactly. A couple people weighing in. Get a terrific turkey Reuben at the Manhattan Cafe in Clayton.
Manhattan Cafe had just about the best of everything.
Yeah, our friend Susan said, I love, love, love a Reuben sandwich. It's one, if it's on the menu, I will order it. Somebody said the post is great. I agree with Bob. Somebody said I made a Philly cheesesteak using morel mushrooms. It was better than any meat Philly.
Whoa. Can I say something that might get me laughed out of the room?
Would that be different than any other day?
Another regular day for us.
Right.
Okay.
I like a Reuben, but without the sauerkraut.
Well, that's not really a Reuben.
Is it even still a Reuben? Or is it just a pastrami sandwich?
It's exactly what it is. Yes, not a Reuben at that point.
All right.
I talk about this quite a bit, but part of traveling is really experiencing the food of the area.
I agree.
When you get there, you got to have, like just what you were saying, in, Philly, you want to have the Philly cheesesteak. When we went to Finland, we had to try the salmon soup, which sounded a little weird.
It does sound weird.
But it was delicious.
Okay, I love France. I'm a huge Francophile. I love the culture. I love the movies, all that. But then we went to Italy. I got to go with Italy just because the food's better.
Yeah, you mean that's where you want to go?
Every trip overseas now, I will be in Italy.
Oh. You got to try all the places, though.
I'm never going anywhere else.
What Pat Blassie, God rest her soul, taught me years ago, because I was similar to that. I like to go to the all-inclusive resort, and I like to go to the one that we knew, because you know where the restaurants are, and she's like, you got to get out and experience all those different cultures. You got to get out and experience all the different foods and the colors. And the other thing that I love about traveling is that even when you're home, and this happened just a couple weeks ago, because we had gone to Barcelona and saw what's the beautiful cathedral?
Sagrada Familia.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
And they were kind of finishing something up. And she had told me years ago, part of that is you'll be back home and then you'll see an article or you'll see something on the news and you can say, I was there. And that's exactly what we did. I mean, Altair Travel and Cruises can help you plan your next vacation, whether it is Italy or whether it is to Disney World. They have a building full of experts that have been everywhere you could possibly imagine. So not only will they get you the best deal, but they can offer you advice on the great restaurant that you want to try, even if you're in Prague or Vienna. They can also tell you how to pack, and maybe it's going to be a little rainier here. So all you really worry about is making those memories. AltairTravel.com is the website, or give them a call and just set up that first kind of meeting so they get to know you and what you like, to make sure that the next time you travel with them, it is perfect. 314-968-9600.
Hi, it's JJ from Spectrum Eyeglass Repair, the nation's leader in eyeglass repair. Is there a broken pair of sunglasses you thought were doomed to stay in the glove box? Are your glasses taped together, glued together? Bring them to Spectrum. We'll fix them. Spectrum Eyeglass Repair carries a large selection of pre-made clip-ons, cases, and accessories. We can custom make clip-ons to fit your frames. You'll like our service, and you'll love our prices, almost as much as you'll love our song. We're in Crestwood on Watson Road, on the web at SpectrumEyeglassRepair.com. Now let's hear that groovy song one more time. Sing along with me. Spectrum Eyeglass
I'm Mark Cantor. Here's why you can count on Cantor Injury Law.
My name is Michelle. I'm a litigation paralegal at Cantor Injury Law, and you can count on Cantor because we are smart, honest, and hardworking.
I'm Kevin Glenn, and a partner here at Cantor Injury Law. You can count on Cantor because we make your cause our cause.
No fee if no recovery. Please visit CantorInjuryLaw.com or call us at 314-628-9999.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Since 1974, Permajack of St. Louis has been helping residential and commercial owners protect their biggest investment. From successfully solving foundation structural problems to making sure basements remain dry, Permajack has performed tens of thousands of projects on both sides of the river, utilizing state-of-the-art technology, techniques, and equipment. Permajack of St. Louis has done it with honesty and integrity, never recommending anything outside of what you really need. For many repairs, Permajack provides a transferable life of structure warranty, all while Permajack of St. Louis has earned a BBB A+ rating and accreditation for foundation settlement, bowed or buckling walls, cracks in your foundation, walls or bricks, or basement waterproofing. Choose the hometown family-owned team at Permajack of St. Louis. Schedule your free inspection and estimate at permajackofstlewis.com. That's permajackofstlewis.com. Permajack, solid as rock.
The holidays are over, time to relax and get back to the daily routine. January is a great time to enjoy the casual, comfortable atmosphere at Gingham's Restaurant in St. Charles. Gingham's was voted the #1 breakfast by the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, but we offer so much more. Great daily specials throughout the week, some of the best pies you've ever tasted, and our soups can't be beat. Anything you want, anytime you want, 24 hours a day, and some of the best service anywhere. Visit us at ginghamsrestaurant.com. Stay warm.
Stay connected with the Big 550 KTRS, streaming 24/7 online at KTRS.com or on the KTRS app. Powered by JBL Financial. Stream Straight Talk on Retirement every Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Diana from Newstetter's Fine Jewelers here to remind you, we don't just offer the best pieces, we offer one of the last master hand engravers in our country. My father can create timeless, personal, and unforgettable pieces. Come by our showroom at the corner of Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or learn more online at wowdiamonds.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
It is 3:31. Time to check in with Captain Paul Kopsky. Find out how traffic's moving along on this Monday afternoon.
Heidi, a crash on 70 East before Tucker downtown has traffic jammed back past Grand. There's an accident on 64 East at Illinois 157, blocking the two right lanes with a stop and go back up to 255. And the two left lanes of 44 East are closed at Kings Highway for road work. This traffic report is brought to you by Neighbors Credit Union. If you're ready to upsize, downsize, or first-time home buy, turn to the team at Neighbors Credit Union. At Neighbors Credit Union, you'll find great rates, expert advice, and personalized friendly service throughout the entire home loan process and beyond. That's just what you'd expect from a great neighbor. Apply online today at neighborscu.org. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
I hate to admit this, but I've been rather lazy the last couple of days. Now, I will tell you what I have found that laziness to be good for. to look around the house and start making plans of what needs to be fixed and what needs to be, maybe checked off a list. And if you're being lazy like I am and you are looking around the house and you think, might be time for those new windows, energy-saving vinyl replacement windows, look no further than Dalco Home Remodeling, because they actually custom make their windows right here in the Show Me State. They also do doors, and when I say doors, they can do sliding doors, French doors, which I remember when my parents replaced our patio doors, and it was just that sliding door, and then they put beautiful French doors. It changed the entire look of the living room from the inside and out, and Dalco Home Remodeling can do that for you. They can also do front doors, and talk about adding curb appeal to your house, because they can do a front door that is beautiful with maybe a window over the top, or maybe windows on the side to let a little more lighting into your foyer. Every project at Dalco Home Remodeling is handled with intention and care, because customer service comes first. That's the way it's been for more than 50 years. It's the way they continue to do business today. So you can check them out online, DalcoHomeRemodeling.com, DalcoHomeRemodeling.com. A lot of people are about 12 days into their New Year's resolution, but do we really need to do a detox? Do we need to hit the button for a fresh start? Shannon Shores is a licensed clinical social worker with Premier U, and she's here to help us ditch that all or nothing mindset and take a smarter approach to our health. It is great to have you joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
What do you think of our new chairs?
Oh my gosh! Like I started to go around and go around and around and around. Like, this is kind of funny. It's like, don't trust me. You should not have given me the headset.
They're very spinny.
They're very spinny. I like it.
Yes, they are. So you say motivation isn't necessarily the problem. What is, when it comes to trying to get back to the healthiest us?
Sure. So last week, there's debate on which day it was, but there was Quitter's Day.
Oh, yeah.
Last week, right?
I saw it.
So,
Really?
Bob, do you know what Quitter's Day is?
Never.
No?
No.
Bob, let me tell you.
I won't even say it.
You won't even say it. So these are all the people who, you came into, January 1st and said, I have all these goals, right? And last week, either Friday or Sunday, depends what Quitter's calendar you have, it's people who just gave up. They gave up already. They're like, New Year's resolution, whatever.
I failed. I didn't do X, Y, and Z.
Right.
Yeah.
It's hello 2027. I'll get you next time. Right. But what is this? It wasn't the people who were killing it, who were like, yes, I had these goals, and they came into last Friday and they were killing it. They're like, okay, good enough. These are the folks who had expectations for themselves, who just decided, I can't do it, right? Yep. They probably said to themselves, I need to eat 1,200 calories, when maybe they were eating 2,500 or 3,000 calories.
And they were
maybe.
hungry.
They were hungry, right? They said to themselves, I need to start working out 4 days a week. But these are the folks who weren't even maybe moving, right? At all, right? And so we've set ourselves up with all of these big expectations, and we've set ourselves up for failure.
Absolutely.
Because we're not starting with one step at a time. We're saying we're going to do this all or nothing thing. And I could get here and I could preach about we all have the same 24 hours in a day, and people would jump off this radio station pretty darn quick, right? We do, and it's not about prioritizing. It's fitting for what we need for our bodies.
That is so true. And we're all different. I mean, we need to really look at ourselves and know our bodies. That seems to be the most important factor here.
Yeah, as a licensed clinical social worker, I always take the mental health aspect. And people that I work with a lot of times, they don't even know their true authentic self, right? I work with some pretty successful women, and when it gets down to who are they and what makes them tick, well, that's on a mental game, but what on a physical game, right? What we did in our 20s doesn't work in our 30s, and our 30s doesn't work for our 40s. But why can't we celebrate that, right? Instead of saying, oh, yeah, I took this cookie cutter approach off of Instagram or TikTok, should I say, right? And they're like, this doesn't work for me. Well, it's okay that it didn't work for you. What is going to work for you? Because we do change. And yes, I mean,
we change a lot.
We change a lot. I have 2 words for you. car tweezers. Bob?
I'm with you, and I have them.
Bob, do you know what I mean by car tweezers?
What does that mean?
Don't.
Oh my gosh. Heidi knows. And I'm sure your radio people are like, yes, it is. Because this is embracing where we are. So Heidi and I are probably about the same age, right? And in our 90s.
I'm probably older.
Maybe
but that's
just a
okay.
tad. But we're in the same, right?
Yeah.
In our 90s, we overplucked our eyebrows, right? And we are still mourning that trend of overplucking.
Yes.
And those eyebrows have returned with a vengeance. Reincarnation to our chin.
And the best light is in your car.
Right.
Usually at a stoplight.
Yeah.
And so you're sitting there, you're waiting for people to go. I mean, we do not want the phone in our hand, so what do we do next? We look at
in the
ourselves
mirror
in there
you go,
and we're
oh
like,
my.
holy cow, there's a 5 o'clock shadow, right?
I'm going to the circus. I can get a job.
Yeah.
The bearded lady is here, right? So my point is that our bodies do change. I got a pair of car tweezers over the weekend. My son was like, what are those? And I was like, this is because the best lighting.
Guys,
But,
I have work scissors, not for the chin hairs, but the nose hairs.
nose hairs, right?
If you see one, it's all you think about for the rest of the day.
That's exactly right.
Well,
This
if you
is
have
true.
one, it probably has a friend, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
And Josh, did you have this problem in your 20s?
No.
You didn't have work scissors.
No.
Did you have car tweezers?
No.
No, but we can embrace it because guess what? We have more disposable income
Yeah.
than we did in our 20s, right? Our metabolism may have went down the drain. But what we can do, though, is use tools to figure out what does that mean? What does my body need now? We need car tweezers, but we also need supplements.
Yep.
Right? We need workouts that says, I'm going to start with putting maybe a walk tracker on my phone. So I'm going to make sure that I get X amount of steps a day versus committing to, I'm going to go to this 5 a.m. class. I don't know about you, but I love to sleep.
Yeah. Crawl before you walk, before
Yes.
you run. And so many times we just head out on that sprint and then
Then you hit a wall and you're done.
You're done.
And we failed.
That's right.
You know, I was at Premier U today with Brian, and everything you're talking about is what we went through. He had tested me previously and got all the results back. And we talked about not only the fitness part of it, but the diet part of it and the supplement part of it, and not just here, take this, do this, how it all fits together and made a plan for me.
Yeah.
It's not cookie cutter.
Yeah. Because, you could probably go on our friend Chat GPT and put in your age, your weight,
I think there's a commercial just for that to give you a exercise routine.
Yes, there's chat right now that says the guy who wants to learn how to do a pull-up. Because I also thought to myself, I might do that just to see how fun, because I've always wanted to do a pull-up. Remember those presidential challenges in grade school? I was like, but anyway, I digress. But, you could go on Chat GPT and it could give you a standardized plan. But what Brian did with you today is says, no, we're going to use metabolic health and the tools, respiration and breath, right, to figure out how is your body using metabolism and what can we do? Probably going to tell you what to eat, when to eat better.
Here's the shocker information. He wants me to have more calories. And I go, what? He goes, because we had talked about if I were fit, that's a huge if.
Yeah.
I think I'd be about 20 pounds less. And so as the plan came out, he goes, no, we need to get you up on these calories. Your body needs the fuel and so on and so forth. And I was amazed. It was really interesting.
Well, how many women have heard through the years, all we need is cardio.
And it's not, it's the reverse now. We really need to be lifting weights.
Right. But what has been the concern with women? When they think lifting weights for muscle, what's it going to do, Heidi? Bulky, it's going to gain weight. And that's not true. We need the muscle to go over the bones to protect it. But we're changing that now. And that's that mindset for that education. And it's still hard for us to shake. I'm going to build muscle that's going to put more weight on me, but I also got to give myself more calories.
To let your muscles need it to grow.
Yes, we have to feed ourselves. And also, too, we're learning that carbs aren't bad. It's there's good sources of carbs and good fats, right? So Brian probably did that just for you as well about your exercise, about sleep. Did he tell you, did you guys talk about sleep?
That was the number one thing, yeah.
What did he say about sleep?
Get more.
Get more.
No, we talked about that and some of the supplements that could actually even help you get better sleep, the things you do before you go to bed, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, that's the thing about sleep. So, for me, I would say, okay, we're talking about back to Quitter's Day, right? And on these expectations. I could have said to myself, I have a club, a gym membership. I could be like, oh, there are these 4 classes I'm going to. I know I love sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to set myself up for failure to do that because I never feel rested. Well, once I started doing supplements and hormones, I realized there's hormones that my body needed so I could fall asleep faster, stay asleep, so then I could go to those classes.
Right,
If I didn't do the internal stuff, I'd be like, I can't get up and I can't do it after work because of all the other competing.
Too tired.
Exactly.
Yep. The other thing, Shannon, we're talking to Shannon Shores, a licensed clinical social worker with Premier U, is that willpower won't necessarily fix our biology.
No.
And Oprah was just on CBS Sunday Morning yesterday, and she talked about how finally, she realizes she was battling a disease. And now with the weight loss medications, she is a new woman. I just read today that Vanessa Williams has been on weight loss medications for 2 years. I mean, these are beautiful women who have the means to have private chefs and personal trainers and every single thing. But there's more to this, puzzle than just that.
Yeah. They could buy it all, but
Yes.
it wasn't that easy, right? It was easy for everyone. Everyone would do it, but you have to get down. And we have to quit shaming one another.
Yes.
Holy cow, what you said about having 2 people come out and talk about this. There was all this big thing about no one would talk about being on the GLP. Oh, Ozempic. No one wants to talk about it. Why not? Why can't we talk collectively and say, guess what? We need tools in our toolbox, right? We need to understand our body. We need to talk about this exercise. We need to talk about the tools that we need. But why can't we do it collaboratively versus a competitive nature that says, I got there before you, I'm not going to tell you my secret.
Well, the other thing that I think is really important, I know I say things to myself. I call myself certain things I would never say to you or to Marcia or my sister. Sometimes we need to kind of give ourselves a little bit of grace.
Yeah, and let ourselves fail. So, like, if you're listening to this and saying, I tried, I came into the new year, I food prepped, I started it off, and then I just hit a wall.
Yeah.
Guess what? If that's you and we're talking to you, it's okay. It's okay to get up and start again. And you can fall down 12 times as long as you get up at the 13th time, right?
Yeah.
It's okay, but if you continue to do the same thing over and over again, that's insanity. If you're doing it, repeating yourself, looking for a different outcome, that's insanity. But what you can do is, how can I do things differently? At Premier U, yes, we're figuring out, like in Bob's case, he gave a great example. What does he need to do? He needs to sleep. If he says, that's really funny, I can't sleep. Why can't you sleep? Let's figure it out.
That's exactly right.
Your exercise, your calories. What can we do, Bob, to make you the best Bob possible?
There's a lot of room for growth, I'll tell you that.
Well, it's the root cause.
That's the licensed clinical social worker helping us.
Hey,
All right.
admitting you have a problem, Bob, is the first
First
step.
on there, brother.
That's right.
And it takes 2 to have a meeting.
Yeah. Well, if you are ready to get back like you, feeling like you again, better than feeling like the old you, call Premier U, 618-750-LIFE. You can also go to premiertheletterumed.com. Shannon, this is so much fun and such great advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. And everyone, PSA, get those car tweezers because now that I've said it, you're going to notice it.
Work scissors.
And hey, men, get to work scissors. This message brought to you by Josh and Shannon.
Way back in time, if you had a leak in the roof of your hut, I imagine you had to find a tree close by, scale it, and then jump and hope you could get up there and see what was wrong. Then came the advent of the ladder. There was an easier way to get up there and see if something was wrong. And with modern technology, we finally get around to the drone. Now, the folks at Allen Roofing use those instead of trees and ladders. Send a drone up, find out if there's anything wrong with your roof, get some pictures, go over it with you, and see if there's a problem, how bad it is, what they could do, what it'll cost. Or if everything's just fine, they will tell you that too. Boy, it's so nice we don't have to climb trees to look at our hut. Allen Roofing, embracing technology and doing quality roof repair, siding, gutters, everything for the outside of your home. Just ask Gronk. He was one of the first customers. It's Allen Roofing. Find them online at aroofing.net.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say happy holidays on someone's birthday? When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you? We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Looking for a new kitchen or bath? Call me, Anne-Marie Boges, the co-host of the Inside Out Show and owner and designer at Anne-Marie Design Studio. Visit our website at annemariestudio.com. We can help make your dream space into a reality. We're a fine kitchen and bath boutique located in Wildwood. We do it all, from design to bid to installation too. Call us today at 636-821-3395 or go online at annemariestudio.com. Let's make your dream kitchen or bath a reality with Anne-Marie Design Studio.
Elevate your home with stunning lighting from Metro Lighting.
Shopping for a gorgeous chandelier for your dining room?
Need a new table lamp?
Or lighting your entire dream home?
Our certified lighting specialists are here to help.
Locally owned with 6 convenient locations.
An amazing selection of lighting for any style and budget.
And all at the guaranteed best price.
And did you know?
Metro Lighting is a great source for furniture, art, and home decor too.
Metro Lighting.
Full of bright ideas for your home.
Hey contractors, it's Andrea and Scott at Best Buy Flooring.
If you haven't been shopping with us, you owe it to your customers and yourself to check out Best Buy Flooring.
We can meet all flooring needs at the lowest prices in town. Check out our huge selection of carpet tiles, luxury vinyl plank, luxury vinyl tiles, sheet vinyl, ceramic, hardwood, and laminate.
Come see us at our 3 convenient locations, North County, South County, and O'Fallon, Illinois. Open 7 days a week, including at South County. Best flooring, best selection, Best Buy Flooring.
I'm Reed Millard, president of Lupton Millard Chapel of St. Louis. We've been faithfully serving St. Louis families for generations. At Lupton Millard Chapel, we understand it's the little things that make a big difference for the families we serve. A traditional church funeral or a unique celebration of life. Providing the finest in services and attention to detail has always been the hallmark of our family.
Lupton Millard Chapel, the leader in excellence since 1905. For more information, go to luptonmillardchapel.com.
Hey, St. Louis, Eddie McVeigh here from Maggie O'Brien's, reminding everyone that I'm looking forward to seeing you at one of our 2 locations. Whether it be for lunch, happy hour, dinner, or late night, Maggie's is the place to be. Don't forget to catch our shuttle to all the major events downtown. And if you need a banquet room, small or large, for that special occasion, please give us a call at Maggie O'Brien's. Maggie O'Brien's 2 locations on South Lindbergh and Sunset Hills and downtown at the corner of Market and 20th Street. Union Station is next to us.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
9 minutes before 4 o'clock, let's check back in with Captain Paul.
Heidi, a crash on 70 East before Tucker has traffic jammed back past Grand. The 2 left lanes of 44 East are closed at Kings Highway for road work. That's causing a slowdown back to Hampton. And 64 West is crowded in front of Forest Park. This traffic report is brought to you by the Rack House in Cottleville. The Rack House just made Whiskey Advocate magazine's top whiskey bars in the country list for the 3rd time. The Rack House in Cottleville averages over 300 whiskey, bourbon, and scotch selections on its menu. The Rack House, featuring upscale casual dining and drinks since 2014. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, you guys know me. I love live music. And so this one is really exciting because it kind of is a 2-for-1. You can see Cody Johnson coming up here at Glennon Live. Now, if you don't know about Cody Johnson, he's one of the top country singers these days. And Alexandra Kay is up and coming and actually grew up on the east side. They're both going to be at Shavitz Arena for Glennon Live, which, by the way, April 18th. And it's really a one-of-a-kind exclusive concert because it benefits SSM Health Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital. It's a one-of-a-kind entertainment experience because not only do you get the live music, but you get to see the patients be celebrated, the families, and the caregivers of Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital. And let's not forget, it's the first freestanding Catholic pediatric hospital in the country. And they've been providing excellence in pediatric health care throughout Missouri and Illinois and beyond ever since those doors opened. What they do is remarkable, and they never turn a child away through the charitable donation. So just by attending this concert on April 18th, you're doing a good thing. So you can learn more about Glennon Live. You can learn more about some of the incredible programs at Cardinal Glennon. Just go to glennon.org. New details have been released today in last week's shooting by federal agents in Portland, Oregon, one day after the ICE shooting in Minneapolis. Alex Stone, ABC News correspondent in L.A., joins us with more on that story. So to be clear, this wasn't an ICE shooting in Portland.
Well, it was Department of Homeland Security. It was the Border Patrol. But at the beginning of this whole thing, the shooting in Minneapolis and in Portland sounded very similar in the general descriptions that the Department of Homeland Security put out, that those who had tried to get away had weaponized their vehicles, as they put it, that agents felt the need to open fire. And so because it did sound somewhat similar, there were protests that erupted in Portland. They were calling for calm this weekend and vigils that were being held. But today we learned a whole lot more about what allegedly unfolded in Portland last week, an unsealed criminal complaint that was unsealed today. And prosecutors say they were going after the agents, a woman who is a Venezuelan national who they say is a Tren de Aragua prostitution ring member and is linked to a shooting in Portland last summer involving a prostitution deal that had gone bad. She was with a guy who they say is also a TDA-related gang member or related to the gang of some kind, had been ordered out of the country in 2024 by a judge in Denver, also related to that shooting over this summer. And Portland's police chief has made it clear. He says, yeah, the both of them had ties to TDA.
They do have some nexus to involvement with TDA. We can confirm that.
So Border Patrol agents say they were after her, but he was with her. He was driving her, and he's now charged now at the hospital. She's still getting treatment. His name, Luis Nino Makata. And so at this point, they say they tried to stop them in their pickup. He became visibly nervous. He was fidgeting around. Then they ordered them out of the vehicle, and he put it into reverse and slammed into a Border Patrol vehicle and then went forward and then back and slammed in again over and over again and was trying to get away. And at some point, one of the agents feared for human life and opened fire, and then Nino Makata and the woman drove away. And agents did not pursue. They claimed they didn't know in that moment if they had hit anybody in the vehicle because the vehicle drove away. And short time later, Nino Makata and the woman called 911 for medical aid, saying they'd been shot about 2.5 miles away. Portland police responded to that call, not knowing what had gone on. Federal agents separately called 911, saying they'd shot at somebody but didn't know if they were hit. The chief saying there were calls coming in from both sides.
Both of these events, the shooting scene itself and then where the victims drove themselves to, were reported to us via the traditional dispatch system.
So according to federal prosecutors, they say Nino Makata allegedly admitted to the FBI that he intentionally rammed the Border Patrol vehicles, acknowledged he knew they were immigration enforcement vehicles trying to arrest them, and number of sources telling us it does appear it was a very legitimate traffic stop targeting two people in the country illegally, gang ties to TDA, connected to a shooting, ordered to leave the country, that it does seem like that it was a legitimate traffic stop that was underway. But all of these details have not been known until now.
Alex, on the driveway and not pursuit, was there anything specific to that situation, or is that ICE procedure?
You know, I think it's more, Border Patrol and ICE, because they don't have the vehicles to really do a pursuit. You know, they're not heavily marked. They don't have a lot of lights.
Yes.
That it's dangerous for marked vehicles to do it, let alone these. They even mentioned in the documents that the vehicle they ran into was a rented vehicle, that a lot of times are renting when they go into a city, sedans and minivans and putting lights in them and then driving them around from, Enterprise or National or Hertz or Avis. So they don't really have the vehicles to be able to do that.
So what is the difference between ICE and the Border Patrol? And is Border Patrol in every city, or are they just in border cities?
They are two totally different agencies, just like two different police departments.
Mhm.
Border Patrol has authorities, I think, within 100 miles of a port of entry, but an airport, an international airport, is considered a port of entry.
Mhm.
So they are allowed to operate within 100 miles around that international airport, or whatever the mileage distance is. ICE is specifically their job is to find immigration violations and get people deported. And Border Patrol is to secure the border. But right now there's a lot of overlap in a lot of that, and Border Patrol is helping out in a lot of what ICE does.
And Alex, what about these two Venezuelans? Will they be then extradited back to Venezuela? Do they stay here? What's next for them?
Well, they may be staying here for a while, being that they allegedly assaulted federal agents, that instead of just being deported back to Venezuela or wherever, Venezuela isn't allowing deportation flights to come back right now, or they weren't before everything went on a week or two ago. But these charges are serious enough that of assaulting federal officers and destroying federal property that they're probably going to end up staying here.
All right, Alex Stone, ABC News there in L.A. Thank you so much.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Story Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Story Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Story Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit lance.drurylaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Kuna Food Service has been the trusted food supplier in the Midwest since 1918. For over 100 years, Kuna Food Service has been distributing the highest quality food products to some of your favorite restaurants while delivering superior customer service. When a restaurant puts their trust in Kuna Food Service, they get a team that truly cares about their success. That's why at Kuna, they like to say, they're big enough to handle it, yet small enough to care. Check them out online at kunafoodservice.com.
The Big 550.
KTRS St. Louis.
I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. The Justice Department is facing backlash from both sides of the aisle over its new investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. In a video message, Powell says the investigation is over comments he made to Congress about efforts to renovate Fed buildings, but he also said the Trump administration is trying to pressure the Fed into lowering interest rates. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze has how Wall Street responded today.
And the market reaction today, the Dow actually ended positive. A part of what's going on there is, yes, the president did say, or at least the White House press secretary did say that the Fed believes in the independence of the central bank. But part of what's going on there in the market reaction is the fact that we are hearing some responses, especially from some prominent Republicans in the Senate, that they disagree with this investigation by the Trump Justice Department.
Minnesota is moving to sue the Department of Homeland Security over its deployment of hundreds of federal immigration agents in recent weeks. It comes less than a week after the shooting death of Renee Good, who was shot and killed by an immigration officer in Minneapolis, sparking a nationwide protest over the weekend. Democratic Senator Mark Kelly has filed a lawsuit against Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth a week after Hegseth moved to censure the former fighter pilot. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the details.
The lawsuit alleges the Pentagon has stepped on the First Amendment and violated the Constitution's speech or debate clause, which protects members of Congress. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth claims Mark Kelly took part in a, quote, reckless and seditious video urging troops to ignore illegal orders. He's indicated he'll move to reduce the senator's rank as a retired Navy captain and cut his pension. Attached to Kelly's filing are copies of his many citations, including the Defense Superior Service Medal, the Legion of Merit, the Distinguished Flying Cross, and multiple air medals.
The Iran human rights NGO now estimates 648 people have been killed in anti-government demonstrations as protesters clash with security forces. You're listening to ABC News.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers.
We've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
This is KTRS News. I'm Sobe Bay. An investigation is underway after a suspect was shot by a St. Clair County Sheriff's deputy. Investigators say police responded to a stabbing along the 2800 block of Old Collinsville Road in Swansea early yesterday morning. While responding to the incident, deputies received a report of a man walking in the roadway with a firearm near the residence. Deputies encountered the suspect, and that's when police say the suspect displayed the firearm and one of the deputies shot him. The suspect was transported to an area hospital. No officers were injured. Hundreds turned out yesterday in Clayton to protest ICE shootings in Minneapolis and Portland. Protesters called for ICE to be abolished, citing a lack of due process and unchecked power. Republicans say federal officers are following the law, and protesters should tell their Congress members to change the law. The search continues for 4 monkeys and a goat on the loose in St. Louis City. The sightings of the animals were reported on Friday and Saturday. Anyone who sees these animals should call St. Louis Animal Control. A St. Louis Catholic school is slated to close. The story from KTRS's Jill Enders.
The St. Louis Archdiocese announced that South City Academy will close at the end of the year. Archbishop Mitchell Rosansky released a statement which reads, quote, "At this time, continuing to provide a vibrant, high-quality education would require a level of subsidy that neither the partnering parish nor the Archdiocese is able to sustain," end quote. South City Catholic Academy was established in 2018 on what had been St. Joan of Arc's campus. It was championed by the Archdiocese as the first school to follow the regional model meant to address ongoing declines in Catholic school enrollment. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
Students at Jennings High School will continue virtually learning until January 20th. District officials say more time is needed to make repairs to the school after a pipe burst late last month. Students were expected to return to in-person classes today. The St. Louis Public Library's Bar Branch reopens today with limited services. This comes after a break-in that resulted in damage to several windows and doors. The break-in happened on January 5th when police say Leroy Eason smashed several windows and doors in an attempt to get inside the library. At some point, police say Eason was injured after he attempted to jump from a window. He was arrested at the scene. Eason faces multiple charges, including second-degree burglary. This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. A towering symbol of Anheuser-Busch history is coming to St. Louis. It's a historic and giant neon-lit eagle sign that long stood atop the Anheuser-Busch Brewery in Newark, New Jersey, that will be relocated to St. Louis. The massive AB Eagle sign, which had stood since 2001, was removed from New York skyline last Thursday. The sign weighs 15 tons, consists of 4,500 feet of neon tubing and 2,000 incandescent bulbs. It was once recognized by Guinness World Records as the world's largest animated animal neon sign. Details on exactly where and when the sign will be displayed in St. Louis have not yet been announced. And this look at the markets is brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. Wall Street today, Dow Jones closed up 86 points to finish at 49,590. S&P 500 up 11 to 6,977. NASDAQ closed up 62 points to 23,733. Now let's go to Captain Paul Kopsky to check sports and traffic.
Sobey Mizzou football special teams coach Eric Link is leaving the program to take the same job at New Mexico. Link's contract was up at the end of the month, and he was not expected to be renewed. And St. Louis City SC is bringing back David Critchley. He will return as the head coach of City 2, where he started last season before taking over the first team duties on an interim basis. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. A crash on 70 East before Tucker has traffic jammed back past Grand. We have some slow traffic on 44 East from Hampton to Kings Highway with the 2 left lanes closed for road work. There's a stalled vehicle on 270 North before 370 in the right lane, and 64 West is a little crowded in front of Forest Park. This traffic report is brought to you by Neighbors Credit Union. If you're ready to upsize, downsize, or first-time home buy, turn to the team at Neighbors Credit Union. At Neighbors Credit Union, you'll find great rates, expert advice, and personalized friendly service throughout the entire home loan process and beyond. That's just what you'd expect from a great neighbor. Apply online today at neighborscu.org. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Thank you, Captain Paul. KTRS weather. Tonight, cloudy, overnight low of 38. Warm-up continues tomorrow, partly cloudy with a high of 60. Then a big temperature drop tomorrow night with a low of 35. Cloudy and cold Wednesday, high of 42. And even colder Thursday, partly cloudy, high of 32. Right now we have a very pleasant 55 degrees. The time is coming up on 4:09. I'm Sobey Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
When you pay for tree work, you want to be sure you're getting the most for your hard-earned money. That's why you should always use the ISA-certified arborist at River City Tree Service in Baldwin, Missouri. Hi, I'm Steve with River City Tree Service, and we've been the go-to tree service since 2008. Tree removal, tree trimming, storm damage, deadwood removal, stump grinding, and more. Give River City Tree Service a call for all your tree service needs at 314-270-8071. That's 314-270-8071. River City Tree Service.
You've had all these great ideas about what to do with your outside space. Now's the time to take the next step and call Outdoor Living, because Pat Leahy and the gang at Outdoor Living have built a showroom which is a great resource for you. You can go in and see all the products they have, the composite decking, the metal framing. You see, at Outdoor Living, what they pride themselves on is building it right the first time and never having to worry about it again. So they build it. You can enjoy it for the rest of your life. Outdoor Living, their showroom on Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood is a great resource for you. You can go and see all the different ways and all the different things they can do. Then they'll come out, they'll do a site visit, and in just a few short weeks, you will have the dream deck, fence, gazebo, pergola, whatever it may be. Outdoor Living right there in Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood. 314-966-3325. or OutdoorLivingInc.com. Check out the showroom and take that next step. You'll love it. Outdoor Living or OutdoorLivingInc.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our headlines for this Monday afternoon, January 12th, 5 St. Louis area puppies to star in the 2026 Puppy Bowl. 3 pups are from the Humane Society of Missouri. 2 are from 5 Acres Animal Shelter in St. Charles, and they'll all be amongst a record-breaking 150 rescue dogs from 72 shelters across the United States, Puerto Rico, and the British Virgin Islands. I wish I could show you pictures, but I can give you a little info about each puppy. Paris came to the Humane Society of Missouri with her siblings when her owners were moving out and were unable to take care of her. She was only a few weeks old and weighed just 3 pounds when she arrived. She is so cute. Cheesecake came to the shelter as part of the Society's biggest rescue in more than a decade. In July of 2025, the Animal Cruelty Task Force rescued 140 dogs from a hoarder's home in Christian County, Missouri. He was 2 months old when he was rescued, but he is ready to take on his opponents in the Puppy Bowl. And then Boba came to the shelter with her siblings from an investigation by the Animal Cruelty Task Force. The shelter said with her sweet personality and pretty markers, her future is bright. Then you have the 2 pups at 5 Acres Animal Ranch. One is Silas, who will be a part of Team Rough, and Betsy will be part of Team Fluff. Puppy Bowl 22 will air at 1 p.m. Sunday, February 8th on Animal Planet, Discovery, TBS, True TV, HBO Max, and Discovery Plus. Ahead of the big game, you can actually vote for your favorite starting lineup player. You can meet the players, vote for your favorite Team Rough or Team Fluff superstars each week in a bracket-style playoff. Vote daily to make sure your favorite player is crowned the coveted title of most popular. You'll find that bracket online at discovery.com. What a great idea they started 22 years ago.
It's cute. Very, very cute.
They got cats now.
Uh-huh.
The kiddie bowl. I think the cats were the cheerleaders as well.
I think they were a couple of years ago.
Do you guys watch the Puppy Bowl?
No, I haven't in quite a while.
I've kind of flipped through and watch it for a few seconds.
There's only so much pregame that you can watch. I think while you're making your 7-layer dip, I like to have it on in the background.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good.
They're cute.
2026 is shaping up to be a landmark year for job hunters, according to one organization. In fact, they decided to rank the cities that they believe give you your best chance for a new job and a new start.
Ooh.
It's called Wallet Hub, and so before we get into it, what's the criteria, right?
Yeah, what are we looking at?
And so here's what they said. Employment growth, average monthly salary, unemployment rates, job security, job satisfaction, access to benefits, retirement options. So they fed all this in and they came up with a list of cities. Now, as you look at the list, you will see some cities you know and maybe wouldn't expect. Scottsdale, Arizona is 1. Columbia, Maryland, 2. Portland, Maine, 3. So on and so forth. Do you think, ladies and gentlemen, St. Louis is on the list?
I would hope so. Cost of living alone.
Yes, that's the biggest thing. And what people don't realize is that don't live here is that this downtown is one thing. Surrounding areas are just
the metro area, yeah,
wonderful.
Yeah,
absolutely wonderful.
Well, on this list, the biggest. The top-rated big city is Pittsburgh at 5.
Pittsburgh.
Orlando at 6. D.C. at 8. Austin at 9. St. Louis is on the list, and really not bad when you think about it, at 26.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they listed that, the top 30 as being, these are legitimate places. And so at St. Louis at 26 was pretty good.
Now, you just mentioned Pittsburgh. That ties into my story. Did you see last week that the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette is closing? This is a paper that was founded in 1786. The paper of record in Pittsburgh. And outside of the Tampa Tribune shutting down in 2016, this is the biggest city to lose its newspaper. Now, they say they've been losing hundreds of millions of dollars during the past 2 decades, but a lot of this boils down to unions and contract negotiations. They just got a 3-year strike by the people that worked at the newspaper. They tried to cut their pensions. They tried to cut their health insurance. 3-year strike was ended after an appellate court ruled in favor of the unions. And just last week, the Supreme Court ruled against the paper as well. And they abruptly said, then we're closing. And they'll be done by May. Now, it doesn't mean that somebody can't come along and buy them up and
we just talked about
going.
The entrepreneur that took over the Post here, the Post-Dispatch in St. Louis. The question for all of these newspapers is, how much do we put in to what we get back?
Yeah.
How do we represent the news and the things people want in their newspaper by real paper or electronically or digitally? Versus, and then how do we make the business side of it work? We can't lose money.
No.
So that's the challenge.
And, you talk about the coverage and they can't afford to pay nearly as many reporters. And so then you look at it and it's, such a thin paper. Is somebody really going to pay for it? And, the subscriptions have gotten so high. And when you take on all the other subscriptions you're paying for, when it comes to the TV and the music services and everything else, are you going to pay $20, $30 for, your local paper? I will say, subscribe to the New York Times, mostly as a resource for this show. And I just got a notice that in February it's going to go up by $5.
Ooh.
So, when you're paying $30 for, that month, you kind of have to weigh things out a little bit. But again, we also need to be informed.
Mm-hmm. When it comes to the Post-Dispatch specifically, it has gotten thinner and thinner, as you say. And then I say, well, why am I paying for this if the paper, just got cut in half?
Right.
And
why are you paying so
why
much
am I
for
paying
it?
more for less? And that, I think, it snowballs.
Well, and I think just out of the gate, it was such a tough decision when, especially, TV stations added websites.
Yes.
And they did that for free, but then all of a sudden to go kind of retroactively try to then charge somebody for what you've been getting for free for all those years was really tough. But then you do have, a similar kind of foe then in the game with the newspaper. So are you going to pay for one more thing when you can still get, Fox 2 and KSDK and KMOV for free? It's all a tough one, but it is what it is. We'll see how it all pans out. Let me tell you this. I gotta say that when it comes to joy, there is not much that makes me happier than getting in that RV. Now, if you would have told me that 15 years ago, before I was an RVer, I probably would have laughed at you and said, there's no way. And I don't even know that I can put my finger on what it is. I think it is just getting away from the duties of having a house, but still kind of having all those comforts of the house and then going wherever it is you want to go. And I think that's what Byerly RV has known for more than 75 years. You could buy that second home if you've saved money, and you can go to the same place every other weekend if you want, or you can get an RV, and they come in all kinds of floor plans. They come with all kinds of different sizes where you can sleep 2 or you can sleep 6 or more in these things. There are lightweight, they're off-road ready, there's a couples coach. Whatever it is you're looking for, Byerly RV has something for you because they have more than 30 brands of new RVs in stock. We're talking travel trailers, fifth wheels, camper vans, gas and diesel motorhomes, and then you also have a great selection of used inventory as well. And let me tell you, now is a fantastic time to visit Byerly RV because they want to get rid of those 2025s because more and more RVs are coming onto the lot that are the 2026s. So if you've been thinking about getting into the RV world to get out and see this beautiful country, now is the time to stop by Byerly RV in Eureka. They're right there at 109 and 44. And by the way, when you shop at Byerly, when you buy at Byerly, you have a whole kind of realm of resources at your fingertips because they have a fantastic service department. They've got a body shop and the storage facility. Holy cow. And by the way, if you buy now at Byerly, they've got some great incentives. Like you can store your RV there for a couple months. So Byerly RV in Eureka, 109 and 44. Swing by, check it all out, or do a little shopping online at ByerlyRV.com. Coming up, we're checking in with Ryan Krull with St. Louis Magazine on some of the stories he's covering, including where we stand with red light cameras and what's going on with those monkeys on the loose.
Everyone's talking about these weight loss drugs, and it's a good thing we've got Dr. Joe Molesky with us, a St. Louis native and board-certified primary care physician. Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
The magic cure is these weight loss shots. They're injected once weekly. They're not like the old medications that you've seen 20, 30 years ago. These medications actually work. They're injected once weekly, and patients see within the first 90 days 10 to 15 pounds down. It simply works, and that's why I recommend it to all of my patients. You simply go online, book an appointment, you fill out a health questionnaire form, you get an appointment on our schedule. It's all telemedicine based. It's all done from your home, and then you meet with me or one of my nurse practitioners, and then after the 10, 15-minute consult, the medication is delivered right to your door discreetly, and you get started right now on your weight loss journey.
And you want to start to lose weight? None better than to call stlmedweightloss.com and ask Dr. Joe. stlmedweightloss.com.
So you need a new car or SUV, but you're upside down in your trade, but you're worried about your down payment, but your credit is less than perfect. Bring your butts to HW Kia of West County today. Because if you're a first-time buyer or you were turned down last year for your loan, HW Kia wants to finance your future, not your past. Have a job clearing $450 per week? You're practically approved. Come see Big D the trade man with any trade and get up to a $5,000 discount off any select new Kia in stock. Take home a new 25 Kia K4LX for just $19,995 with any trade, or 0 down and 0 interest on every clearly marked new Kia, even Telluride and Sorrento all-wheel drive SUVs. You'll save a buttload of money, so get your butts to hwkia.com.
All approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $587 title and registration processing fee. 22 or newer trade. Negative equity refinanced and new loan. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Not all will qualify through KMF. 2083 per thousand borrowed. Offers not in combination. Expires 2/4/26.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants. The cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS. It's Monday, and that means news, politics, lighthearted topics, and everything St. Louis and beyond. It's Ryan Krull from St. Louis Magazine on the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
Welcome back, Ryan. Can we start with a monkey update? Are they still on the run?
Yes, they do appear to still be on the run. And something else on the run is this story. I mean, this story really has legs. I read about it over the weekend in the New York Times, and there was some coverage from a British cable TV station as well. It's just wild how this thing has really taken off.
Guys, it's got legs and a tail.
Oh, boy. Yes.
Very good.
Ryan, I did see a story today that is talked about how AI and everybody kind of taking pictures of these monkeys and putting them in different places is hindering the search for the monkeys.
Yeah, I've seen where some officials have expressed a little bit of frustration about that. They understand that obviously people are making those AI fake images of the monkeys all in good fun. They don't mean any harm, but I guess a lot of tips are coming in to, the city and other agencies who are trying to find these monkeys, and they have to basically figure out, okay, is this an actual monkey sighting, or did you just see something on the internet that was perhaps AI generated? So it is adding a layer of difficulty to an already difficult task that these animal control officers have, for sure.
And I don't mean this in an evolution sort of way, but where did not a Chuck Darwin thing, but where did these monkeys come from?
That is a great question. I've heard a lot of theories, and again, this is all just speculation. But the one that personally seems to track with me is someone with a little too much money on their hands, buying things off the internet, interest in exotic animals, but not the ability to, properly care for them and keep them locked up. I really wonder if someone with just a few extra bucks had these things in his house, maybe didn't really have a great plan for how to, keep them there, keep them happy, and they got loose. So I kind of suspect something like that is, I've heard that, proffered around the internet, and I got to say, of all the theories I've heard, that one makes the most sense to me.
Yeah. Let's move on to the red light cameras. I know 2 years ago, St. Louis then Mayor Tashard Jones made a big push to bring red light cameras back to the city. The Board of Aldermen signed off on a plan. Current Mayor Kara Spencer also says she's on board. So where do we stand with red light cameras at the moment?
Yeah, this is a really curious one because, like you said, 2 years ago, these things seemed like they were poised to come back to the city. The aldermen passed a bill by wide margin, approving that to happen. But from what I have heard, the devil is sort of in the details here, where the city put out a request for proposals for a vendor to supply these red light cameras. But a big issue is that that RFP includes all these stipulations and conditions that would really make it hard for any vendor or even the city to run these cameras in a way that didn't lose a lot of money. And basically what it boils down to, because of a state Supreme Court ruling, what they used to do was you would get a red light camera ticket, and then whenever the camera caught someone running a red light, basically, they would just mail the ticket to whoever owned the car. But whoever owned the car wasn't necessarily driving at the time. So there's all these additional hoops that now have to be jumped through to prove that the person in that red light camera photo is in fact a person charged with the red light violation. And that's, expensive police work, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really hard to see how these things are run in a way that isn't just super expensive.
So is the idea then to maybe add them as a deterrent, but they really don't take a picture?
That could be one thing. There's already these flock cameras all around town that law enforcement can reference.
Is that the red, white, and blue one that kind of you see everywhere?
Yeah, exactly.
Flashing.
Exactly.
Okay.
They'll have a solar panel attached to them. So yeah, that is one thing that already exists, and that isn't that's not automated enforcement. That is just basically a tool that after a crime happens, police can kind of figuratively rewind the tape and look and see who was in a certain area, that sort of thing. So I don't know. To your point though, there could be a situation where you do have these cameras at intersections, but they're not automatically generating tickets for people when they run a red light or something like that. But maybe they're just referenced if there's whenever there's a crash, that sort of thing. And a lot of times those things do exist at intersections, but the problem is they don't seem to necessarily be making people drive any safer. So there's a lot of competing interests in this. People want safer streets, but I think they also have a lot of concerns about, privacy and that sort of thing. So I think it's going to be kind of a tension between those two competing ideas that's going to have to be worked out here.
Got it. It looks like we have a new contender when it comes to the St. Louis County executive race.
That is right. County Assessor Jake Zimmerman has thrown his hat into the ring, and he's taken a fun approach here. I think he is billing himself as the, quote, reassuringly nerdy candidate. He's sort of leaning into his, self-described nerdiness. And I think that could be, a quote unquote nerd is maybe something that could have potentially been a liability with him with voters, but he's leaning into it. He's owning it. And I got to say, I love it so far.
Aside from his personality, do you like his credentials?
I do. He's the guy who in St. Louis County, whenever your property tax bill goes up, he's the guy who has to deliver you that news, essentially, which is a tough job. But what he's always said is, I may be the bearer of bad news, essentially, but I am a straight shooter. I'm always going to be, fair. And if you want me to show, my work, I'm happy to do that. So I got to say, St. Louis County, that position at the very top of government has definitely seen a lot of antics, a lot of sort of pettiness, to be frank, in the past, especially with its dealings with the county council. So I think maybe the sort of nerdy approach might be a welcome change.
And where do we stand now? How many people are in the race?
Great question. So there's three major ones. There's two folks vying for the Democratic nomination, Zimmerman, who we just talked about, and State Senator Brian Williams. And then there's one guy who's announced for the Republican nomination. That's Councilman Dennis Hancock. I think there's going to be some more people who get in, though. Now that there's the incumbent, Sam Page, isn't running, I think it's going to be kind of an open invitation for other people to get into the race. So I think we're going to see at least one, if not two more folks make a really serious run for it.
Yeah. And do we know what kind of relationship any of these guys have with the current mayor, Mayor Spencer?
That is a really good question. I have definitely seen State Senator Williams at things with her, and they seem to have a good rapport. And then I don't know, frankly, about Zimmerman's relationship with Spencer. I suspect it's cordial. And then, I guess the one who would maybe have a little bit of friction with her would be Dennis Hancock, because he's a little bit more conservative, kind of more to the right, a Republican. Spencer's a Democrat. So, yeah, that'll be interesting to see if, I don't know if she's going to want to make an endorsement, but, yeah, I'm sure she's definitely getting asked about this. And if the current city mayor, makes an endorsement in the county executive race, that'll be really interesting to see in the next few months.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll be talking about it a lot. You can follow Ryan's reports online at stlmag.com. Thank you.
Hey, great talking to you.
4:32. Captain Paul, I know you've been looking at a couple accidents. Have those cleared up?
Well, the roads right now are pretty quiet, Heidi. We do not have any active accidents right now. We do have some slow traffic on 44 East from Hampton to Kings Highway with the 2 left lanes closed for road work. 55 South is running slow from Potomac to 4500 South Broadway. There's a stalled vehicle on 44 East at Big Bend. Another stalled vehicle on the 64 East on-ramp from Forest Park Avenue. And 64 West is crowded in front of Forest Park. This traffic report is brought to you by Dense Express. Drive time can be hectic with traffic, weather, and fender benders. Dense Express can help with hassle-free dent removal, minor collision repair, and hail damage repair. Free evaluations, and they take care of the insurance paperwork. They've got 2 locations on Manchester and Baldwin and in St. Charles. DenseExpressSTL.com. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Are you or a family member needing to sell your home? Then call me, Mike Robinson with Robank Properties. I will buy your home in any condition and always as is. Call me at 314-283-0867. That's 314-283-0867. No contingencies, no inspections, just cold hard cash. I'll save you time and money. So make that call now and let me buy your house. RobankProperties.com. That's ROBANG Properties.com.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. When winter hits St. Louis, your furnace doesn't get a day off. And if yours is older, it may be running nonstop and still not keeping you comfortable. Winter has a way of exposing weak links. You're probably paying more and getting less. Or if your home never quite feels warm enough in the winter, your furnace may be telling you something else, especially if it's been around for a while. That's why I want you to call Premier Heating and Cooling. Their technicians go through 5 years of training beyond industry standards. It's Premier standards. Heating your home shouldn't feel like a struggle. Older furnaces work harder and use more energy. If you want lower energy bills and better heat, it's just all around smarter to consider a new furnace. And yes, Premier offers financing, which makes upgrading a whole lot easier. So whether you need a tune-up or you're ready for something new, make your winter a lot more comfortable for your home or your business. Call 636-916-1122. PremierHeatingCooling.net. Comfort you can count on.
You love your home, just don't check out the bathroom. Well, we've heard that before. Time to talk to Michael's Baths. At Michael's Baths, they can elevate that bathroom space. They can blend luxury, comfort, and a smart design tailored for you to transform your home. From sleek tub to shower conversions to full high-end bathroom remodels, including paint and electrical, Michael's Baths uses products like Centrel and Moen, backed by a lifetime warranty, to make sure your bathroom is done right. Michael's Baths is now offering a new, even higher-end wall option designed to bring a custom spa-like look to your home. 30 years of experience, 5-star reviews, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and if you're a veteran, great, they can help you get some grants. For spring installation, 636-775-0800. Nanny approved, michaelsbaths.com. Ask about financing options, including 0% interest. Michael's Baths or michaelsbaths.com.
With over 30 years of experience in top-quality senior living, McKnight Place Assisted Living knows how to help its residents live fulfilling lives. The professional staff gets to know all residents and their families. McKnight Place Assisted Living has become known for its high-quality amenities, personalized services, and expert care. But its history of making people a priority is what really sets it apart from many other senior communities. That starts with the residents and extends to their loved ones. 314-993-3333 or visit them at McKnightPlace.com.
Appliance Discounters has another showroom, this time on Gravois Road, right next to the little Dairy Queen that's been there for ages. This showroom is different. It's packed with name brands, GE, LG, Bosch, that are slightly dinged, one-of-a-kind, or closeout items direct from the manufacturer. They all come with the factory warranties and all the factory rebates. You want huge savings at big discounts, theappliancediscounters.com. To find the one nearest you, including the one on Gravois Road in Afton, theappliancediscounters.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS. Now it's time for the KTRS Book Club.
It's called reading. Top to bottom, left to right. Group words together as a sentence.
Powered each week by the St. Louis County Library on the Big 550.
Well, you see, I spell them like this sounds, you know.
KTRS.
This year, our country turns 250. Tomorrow night, an America 250 celebration event presented in partnership with the Missouri Historical Society brings award-winning historian and author of Tom Paine's War, Mr. Jack Kelly, to town. We are so honored to have him joining us first. Thanks for making time for us.
Well, thanks, Heidi. It's really great to talk to you.
So let's just start with the basics. Who was Thomas Paine?
Thomas Paine was, the first thing to know about him really is that he was an immigrant. He came over to America from England where he'd lived. He was already 37 years old. And in 1774, he came over to America and settled in Philadelphia and became a magazine editor. And he got around to writing a very, very influential pamphlet called Common Sense, which was published in January of 1776, while the Revolutionary War was on, but before Americans had really decided to break with England and declare independence. And he convinced people this is the way to go, to declare independence, not to reconcile with the king and the English society, but to completely break away. And that was monumental. And then he joined Washington's army and was on the front lines of the fighting that was pretty disastrous for the Patriots throughout the rest of 1776.
Jack, talk about what led him in his background in his life to sort of be this forward-thinking, common sense guy, to borrow from his pamphlet. Was it seeing the king and the monarchy in England and why he even came to America? Did he get the sense of what was bubbling under the surface in the colonies? What led him to this?
Well, I think that besides being an immigrant, the second most important aspect of his background was he was a working man. Mm-hmm. His family was of working people. His father was a corset maker, which was a difficult, hard job at that time. And when they were able to give him an elementary school education, but when he was 12 years old, he went to work. And he worked for 25 years still in England, working at the corset trade. He was a school teacher for a while, just on the bottom of society. And he had a direct exposure to the aristocracy and the favoritism and the corruption of English government that the Americans really didn't have. So when he came over to America, he had these more radical ideas of sympathy for poor people, for working people, the idea of equality, which he pushed very hard in Common Sense. And it was taken up then by Thomas Jefferson and put into the very beginning of the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal. But it was that background as a working man that really shaped who Thomas Paine was.
So we know the name, we know Common Sense, but they didn't really get, as far as I remember, they didn't really get into it in history class. We kind of mentioned it and then moved on. What was Common Sense? If you could, boil it down, what is the tenets of the pamphlet?
Well, they sometimes compare these pamphlets to social media posts. They were quite a bit more extensive than a social media post, but they were intended to be cheap. They were copied and passed around and talked about. and there were many pamphlets being published at the time. The extraordinary thing about Thomas Paine's pamphlet, Common Sense, was that most of the pamphlets were written by intellectuals, like lawyers, or they might be ministers. They were written in a very highfalutin language, a lot of quotes from the classics. And Thomas Paine had a way of communicating with ordinary people. And he had a very down-to-earth style. He didn't quote from the classics. And he directed his argument at ordinary people. And it was quite extraordinary to come across that for people at that time. And it was an enormous bestseller. It was like a 46-page pamphlet, and it sold tens of thousands of copies and was also passed around, read out loud. And that was what really began to shape American opinion. That opinion went from wanting this reconciliation with Britain to wanting a complete break.
Yeah, we're talking to Jack Kelly, award-winning historian and author of Tom Paine's War, The Words That Rallied a Nation, and the founder for our time. And this really is a book about the power of words, which is interesting since words these days are hard to trust.
Well, I'm very hopeful that my book will be as big a bestseller as Common Sense was, but though that's a long way to go. And America was a surprisingly literate society compared to Europe back then, in part because the Puritans and the religious refugees that came over to America were very big on reading the Bible, so they wanted to get all the kids learn to read so that they can read their Bible. And they estimate it was like almost up to 90% literacy rate in most parts of the country at that time.
Wow.
Did they have newspapers back then widely circulated, or was the pamphlets where people really got, was he like a columnist, I guess?
Yeah, the newspapers had not reached the huge circulation that they got to later in the 19th century, partly because the printing costs were still pretty high then. The penny newspaper was really when the newspapers took off in the 1800s. So there were newspapers. They were relatively limited, fairly small print runs. And both the pamphlets and the newspapers were most often read in the taverns and in the coffee houses. And they'd have a few copies of them there. So rather than buy them, and even the pamphlets they might be only a shilling, but that was a fair amount of money for people back then. They would go to the tavern and have a beer and read the pamphlet. So that was how they got the circulation.
Tom Paine's War. I can't wait to get the book because I'm amazed. Often you see these kinds of individuals in history, we sort of can pigeonhole them as one thing. But when I look at the list of the people who admired him, Jefferson, Franklin, Adams, okay, Lincoln, Jackson, but then suffragettes, Susan Anthony, Elizabeth Stanton, labor leaders like Eugene Debs, Walt Whitman, Thomas Edison. And so all these different people from different walks admired the guy. That tells me a lot.
Yeah, I think that the basic ideas he had, and I would point to two ideas that he put forth in Common Sense: equality and the rule of law.
Mm-hmm.
And those have been debated and have been important in America ever since, and are important today, and probably more important than ever today.
Yeah.
And so people through the decades were always drawn to Thomas Paine because he so clearly articulated what those ideas were about.
Forgive my ignorance. Did he ever want to run for political office or for president?
No, he never really ran for president. He was, interestingly, his activity after the Revolutionary War was over is he became an inventor, and he invented an iron bridge. And that was very new at the time, the idea of an iron bridge. And while he was trying to raise money for the bridge, the French Revolution broke out. And having stimulated the revolution in America, he thought, oh boy, now this is spreading around the world. This whole idea of getting rid of the monarchy and getting a government of the people. So he went over to France, and he was a great champion of the French Revolution. He didn't. He was in politics in a sort of honorary sense. They made him an honorary member of the assembly over there, but he was not. He was never a politician, and he was a very argumentative person. Personally, a nice guy, very amiable, but he liked to argue, and I think he would not have really done that well as a politician.
Speaking of politicians, are politicians today living by the principles of the common sense pamphlet? Because you see more and more the rich keep getting richer, and it just doesn't seem like the equality issue is on the front of their minds right now.
Well, yeah, I think that's we've been through that so many times in this country. Is the pendulum swings, and the idea of equality is seen as that somehow restricting the geniuses and the basically the rich people from getting richer, as you mentioned, and then the pendulum swings the other way, and we have go back towards those principles. But as I say, it's been debated and continues to be debated.
Yeah. Jack, I know you mentioned that you wanted your book to be as popular as Common Sense, but what do you really hope people take from the book? What do you hope they learn from Tom Paine's War?
Well, I think the main thing, his reputation was, one of neglect. After he died, he tended to be forgotten, and some people were derogatory about him, partly because he was an Englishman, partly because his ideas were really ahead of the time. I mean, he came up with ideas of an old age pension in 1776. Wow. So that was, nobody was talking about an old age pension in those days. So I'd like to people to take a second look at him, and particularly, the fact that he was willing to put his life on the line for the cause. He wasn't sitting in a ivory tower and writing theory. He was out there on the front lines of the war, and really got along with the troops, with Washington's troops. And I present him in what is one of the most exciting and suspenseful action stories of our history, which is the fight around New York City in 1776, when Washington's army was defeated. They retreated across New Jersey. They got out to Pennsylvania, and that was the low point of the campaign, the low point of American history in a way, until Paine wrote the second pamphlet called The American Crisis that really encouraged George Washington and the troops and raised their morale enough that they came back across the Delaware River on Christmas night in 1776 and turned the whole war around with their defeat of the Hessians in Trenton. And the famous painting you see of Washington standing up in the boat was partly inspired by Thomas Paine, that they could do it. They weren't defeated. Let's just buckle down, counterattack against the enemy, and go from there.
Well, as Bob said, we can't wait to read Tom Paine's War. You can find the book at Left Bank Books. You can hear more from Jack Kelly tomorrow night, starting at 7 o'clock at the Clark Family Branch of the St. Louis County Library. Thank you so much for making time for us and making us a little smarter this afternoon.
Well, thank you all. It was great to talk to you.
10 minutes before 5 o'clock. It's kind of been messy out there this afternoon. Captain Paul, what are you seeing at this hour?
Heidi, we have one big issue on the roads right now. It's a vehicle fire on 255 East at Coke. It's blocking the two right lanes with a backup past Telegraph. The estimated clearance time is 5:20. We have some slow traffic on 44 East from Hampton to Kings Highway with the two left lanes closed for road work. 55 South is running slow from Potomac to 4500 South South Broadway. There's a stalled vehicle on the 64 East on-ramp from Forest Park Avenue, and 64 West is crowded from Kings Highway to Clayton Skinker. This traffic report is brought to you by Neighbors Credit Union. If you're ready to upsize, downsize, or first-time home buy, turn to the team at Neighbors Credit Union. At Neighbors Credit Union, you'll find great rates, expert advice, and personalized friendly service throughout the entire home loan process and beyond. That's just what you'd expect from a great neighbor. Apply online today at neighborscu.org. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said yesterday the Department of Justice has served the central bank with subpoenas and threatened it with a criminal indictment. Royal Oaks, ABC News legal analyst in LA, is joining us to help us understand what is at the bottom of all of this. Thanks for joining us, Royal.
Hey, my pleasure. The difficulty in knowing what's at the bottom of it is that we have really no idea. All we know is that last June, Jerome Powell, head of the Fed, testified before Congress talking about a big remodel, like a $2 billion job to renovate the Fed building. Well, it's now up over $2.5 billion. And we learned that the Department of Justice has launched a criminal investigation about whether or not Powell lied in his testimony. Did he fudge the numbers? Does he want a Taj Mahal, and was he hiding it? We just don't know. But we do know that the DOJ is working on it. If they feel they have enough ammunition, they could, down the road, go to a grand jury and try to get him indicted. But, of course, this is in the context of a very angry political fight between Donald Trump and Jerome Powell. So Trump's critics are crying foul, saying he's just trying to influence the legal system improperly.
So just between us boys and girls here, do we think that if Powell said, okay, in May, I'm done, I'll walk away, that this indictment might go away as well?
Well, when you say indictment, again, that would be the next step, right?
Yeah,
now,
I'm sorry.
An investigation,
Right.
So, I mean, people who are cynical about this would
like
say
me.
that's all Donald Trump cares about. Because, it goes back actually for a long ways. But in September, before the Kamala Harris-Donald Trump election in November 2024, Donald Trump was furious because he said, Powell cut the interest rates to make everybody happy, cheaper car loans, cheaper mortgages to help Kamala Harris. And so he's been trying to ease Powell out of office. Now, Trump's defenders would say, I want him out because he's not competent. He's not doing the right thing in terms of setting rates to keep unemployment down and inflation down. So you have the political fight and the economic fight. But now a new layer of the onion is emerging, is being torn off. You were seeing the legal fight with a possible criminal action against Powell.
Now, that's what I want to ask, the criminal part of this. Is this something that is just going to make him lose his job, or is this something that could send him to jail?
Well, both. Now, Powell his term ends in 2026, but it keeps going to 2028 unless there's good cause to remove him. So if he lied, if he did something unethical, that would be good cause. So Donald Trump would be happy. Yippee, I can get rid of him early. Now, when you turn to the criminal side, if it is determined, based on this Department of Justice investigation, that they think he lied, committed perjury, just lied to the Congress, you could go to the grand jury, the DOJ could, and try to get an indictment against this man. And, of course, who knows where that would go. A judge could toss it out if the indictment is flawed, or the court case could go forward, and theoretically, Powell could face a jury and wind up behind bars.
Royal, is this unique, or have we seen this sort of thing before when it comes to previous Federal Reserve chairs?
Well, we have seen a lot of bad blood between presidents and Fed chairs. I don't know that we've seen anything at quite this level. And, of course, a related issue that you've reported on is the Lisa Cook dispute. She's on the Federal Reserve as well. And Trump's folks are saying, you know what? She lied when it came to taking out a mortgage. Sounds a little like the Letitia James deal, New York Attorney General, and that's still pending. The U.S. Supreme Court actually allowed Cook to stay in her post for now, and they're scheduled to hear full arguments on whether her purported firing by Donald Trump was lawful. So, it's really messy between the Oval Office and the Fed.
But it's not like he's taking money and putting it into his pocket or even
really?
dressing up his own house.
You know
right?
that?
Well, I don't know that.
Where's the money going?
But this sounds like, is it? Are they accusing him of
$2 billion
pocketing this?
To paint a new door?
Or are they just saying that he's dressing the office up too much?
Yeah, we're in the dark. We really don't know the
Okay.
substance of the allegations. The Department of Justice investigation is, of course, behind closed doors. And if there's a grand jury indictment, we'll know more. But until that happens, we're just in the guesswork territory.
Well, all right, Royal. We always appreciate having your insight. Thank you, sir.
Good stuff.
You bet. Thanks.
Recently, a good friend of mine was changing the light fixture in their kitchen, and they took the light fixture off the ceiling, and they looked inside the ceiling and said, "What is the phone number to Michael Baldy?" If they would have listened to me, they would have put Michael Baldy's phone number in their phone, because everybody needs a good electrician on speed dial. So here you go. The next time you need an electrician, you need to remember Michael Baldy and Baldy Electric. So the phone number, 314-968-9999. Indoor, outdoor, an old Victorian home, knob and tube wiring, and anything and everything in between. You see, Michael Baldy is a licensed electrician, and he has a team ready to go. Whether it's something for the ceiling in the kitchen, something for the lights for the holidays, whatever it may be, Michael Baldy and Baldy Electric. BaldyElectric.com, 314-968-9999, because everybody needs a good electrician on speed dial. BaldyElectric.com.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
St. Louis Ambush Indoor Soccer is back this Friday night at the Family Arena to take on the Empire Strikers at 7:05 p.m. And it's Cancer Awareness Night, presented by Siteman Cancer Centers with a post-game autograph session and a special cancer awareness jersey auction to benefit Siteman's Cancer Centers Discovery Fund.
The first 500 fans receive a limited edition ambush poster presented by Sumner One.
Tickets available at the Family Arena box office or at Ticketmaster.com. For more information, go to stlambush.com.
Do you have the option to control your cash flow and wealth? Are you getting a return on your greatest asset, your lifetime and potential generational income? Overcome these critical financial planning challenges by discovering the Control Option Mindset featuring the Lifetime and Generational Income Maximizer. Call Mark Benson and his team at The Control Option at 314-432-9540 or online at thecontroloptionmindset.com.
The holidays are over, time to relax and get back to the daily routine. January is a great time to enjoy the casual, comfortable atmosphere at Gingham's Restaurant in St. Charles. Gingham's was voted the #1 breakfast by the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, but we offer so much more. Great daily specials throughout the week, some of the best pies you've ever tasted, and our soups can't be beat. Anything you want, anytime you want, 24 hours a day, and some of the best service anywhere. Visit us at ginghamsrestaurant.com. Stay warm.
I'm Mike Dubusky. The news that Fed Chair Jerome Powell is being investigated by the Department of Justice sent reverberations through Congress and Wall Street today. In a video message last night, Powell said the investigation is part of the Trump administration's attempt to pressure the Fed into lowering interest rates. Officials in Minnesota are taking ICE to court, claiming the Immigration Enforcement Agency has committed a slew of constitutional and legal violations. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy reports.
Minnesota's lawsuit alleges ICE is violating state sovereignty under the 10th Amendment, using excessive force on protesters, making warrantless arrests, and retaliating against Minnesota's elected Democrats. The suit seeks a federal judge's order to end ICE's recent Twin Cities surge. In response, a DHS spokeswoman says state and local sanctuary policies are the exact reason ICE surged to Minnesota in the first place. She adds, "We have the Constitution on our side on this, and we look forward to proving that in court."
Tensions continue to simmer in Iran after 2 weeks of anti-government protests there. President Trump now says the U.S. is not ruling out military intervention. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
I think one thing President Trump is very good at is always keeping all of his options on the table, and airstrikes would be one of the many, many options that are on the table for the commander-in-chief.
Pro-government demonstrators took to the streets in Iran today in an effort to counter the anti-government sentiment. And in New York City, 15,000 nurses went on strike this morning, pushing for better wages and improved staffing at city hospitals. Aretha Morgan is an ER nurse at New York Presbyterian and a director at large with the New York State Nurses Association.
To have one nurse with 20 patients in an emergency department where people are bleeding, having heart attacks, strokes, it's just not safe for patients.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani also walked the picket line today. You're listening to ABC News.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers. Oh, they're here. Hey, who needs something to drink?
we've been overindulging a little more than usual. Thank goodness we both added active liver to our diets to give our livers some much-needed support so we have the energy we need to enjoy the holidays.
Active Liver from New Nordic contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract designed to give your liver maximum protection and help it do vital jobs like removing toxins from alcohol, rich foods, and sweets.
Try Active Liver today and enjoy all the holiday treats with the peace of mind of knowing you're giving your liver some relief.
Find Active Liver online at Amazon, Vitacost.com, or iHerb.com. Or pick it up today at CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite. Enjoy life to the fullest with Active Liver.
This is KTRS News. I'm Sobe Bay. A suspect is in custody after a deadly shooting in South St. Louis. Police say a man was gunned down yesterday afternoon in the 4200 block of Michigan Avenue. This marks the second homicide in the city since the beginning of the year. Missouri is seeing an increase in the number of human trafficking cases. The state averaged more than 240 human trafficking cases per year between 2020 and 2024, according to the National Human Trafficking Hotline. Missouri recorded 272 cases in 2024, which was the highest number of human trafficking cases in the state since 2020. Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe will deliver the 2026 State of the State address tomorrow. He will detail his legislative priorities and his fiscal year 2027 budget proposal. Illinois State Representative Amy Ellick is voicing her concerns over an energy bill recently signed by Governor J.B. Pritzker. The Republican lawmaker calls the measure another shameful rate increase.
The energy bill is shamefully just another rate increase on ratepayers in Illinois who are desperate for solutions, and instead the General Assembly voted to raise rates, call it a savings of some sort. This bill does nothing to increase capacity, and all the expenses fall on consumers once again.
Senate Bill 25, also known as the Clean and Reliable Grid Affordability Act, or CRGA, will fund battery storage, grant greater authority to state utility regulators, create new options for virtual power plants, and lift a longtime ban on new large-scale nuclear power plants. This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florists, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. A St. Louis-based architecture, engineering, and construction firm has acquired an automation company. The St. Louis Business Journal reports BW Design Group has bought Melisco in an effort to expand its automation and system integration capabilities. 16 men and women will represent the U.S. in the Olympics after winning in the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in St. Louis over the weekend. Among the winners are Ilya Malinin, Amber Green, and Alyssa Liu. And St. Louis native and rapper Nelly is among the top money earners who toured in 2025. As part of its year-end review, Billboard released its list of highest-grossing tours in different genres. Among the top earners in the rap hip-hop category was St. Louis native Nelly, who embarked on his Where the Party At World Tour. From March to September, Nelly traveled across 3 continents to celebrate the 25th anniversary of his 2000 debut album Country Grammar, which was listed as one of 10 hip-hop albums to be certified diamond. According to Billboard, Nelly's Where the Party At tour was the third highest grossing rap tour of 2025, earning $45 million across 51 shows. The top tour earner was Kendrick Lamar at $370 million, followed by Tyler, the Creator, at number 2 with $175 million, then Nelly at number 3. And now this look at the market is brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. Wall Street at the close today, Dow Jones finished up 86 points to finish at 49,590. S&P 500 up 11 to close at 6,977. NASDAQ closed up 62 points to 23,733. Now let's check sports and traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky.
Sobey SLU basketball won their 9th in a row with an 84-72 victory at LaSalle. The Billikens are back at home to play Fordham on Wednesday night at Chaffetz. And Mizzou basketball shot a woeful 50% from the free throw line in a disappointing 76-69 loss at Ole Miss. It was the Tigers' first conference loss of the season as they'll try to bounce back Wednesday night at home against Auburn. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. They're working to clear a vehicle fire on 255 East at Coke. It's blocking the 2 right lanes with a stop and go back up past Telegraph. Estimated clearance time is 5:20. We have some slow traffic on 44 East from Hampton to Kings Highway with the 2 left lanes closed for road work. 55 South is running slow from Potomac to 4500 South Broadway. There's a stalled vehicle on the 64 East on-ramp from Forest Park Avenue. And 64 West is heavy and slow from Kings Highway to Clayton Skinker. This traffic report is brought to you by Neighbors Credit Union. If you're ready to upsize, downsize, or first-time home buy, turn to the team at Neighbors Credit Union. At Neighbors Credit Union, you'll find great rates, expert advice, and personalized friendly service throughout the entire home loan process and beyond. That's just what you'd expect from a great neighbor. Apply online today at neighborscu.org. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Thank you, Captain Paul. KTRS weather tonight cloudy, overnight low of 38. Warm-up continues tomorrow, partly cloudy, high of 60. Then a big drop in temperature tomorrow evening with a low of 35 overnight. Cloudy and cold Wednesday, high of 42, and even colder Thursday, high of 32. But right now we have 50 degrees. The time is 5:08. I'm Sobey Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Hey, St. Louis, Eddie McVeigh here from Maggie O'Brien's, reminding everyone that I'm looking forward to seeing you at one of our 2 locations. Whether it be for lunch, happy hour, dinner, or late night, Maggie's is the place to be. Don't forget to catch our shuttle to all the major events downtown. And if you need a banquet room, small or large, for that special occasion, please give us a call at Maggie O'Brien's. Maggie O'Brien's 2 locations on South Lindbergh and Sunset Hills and downtown at the corner of Market and 20th Street. Union Station is next to us.
Farmers and ranchers, when it's time to buy or sell ag equipment, think Purple Wave Auction. We're your go-to online marketplace for tractors, combines, sprayers, and more. With our no reserve policy, every item sells to the highest bidder. Experience the Purple Wave difference. Nationwide reach with a local touch. Purple Wave Auction. Whether you're expanding your operation or streamlining your fleet, we've got you covered. Visit purplewave.com today. Fuel your farm with Purple Wave Auction.
You're selling your home, and I want to buy it. This is Mike Robinson with Robank Properties, and I am ready to pay top dollar for your home. No contingencies, no inspections, no monkey business. I buy your home no matter the condition or location, and you walk away with cash. Call me, Mike Robinson, at 314-283-0867, 314-283-0867, or at robankproperties.com. That's ROBANG properties.com.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Ideas are always being tossed around, especially at universities. Trina Eigelsrud Pfeiffer is the director of the Center for Carbon Capture and Conversion at the University of Wyoming, and she joins us to talk about alternative uses for coal. Thanks for making time for us this afternoon.
Thank you for inviting me. Always a pleasure.
So let's just kind of start with when did coal become kind of a four-letter word? When did we start turning against coal?
Coal started declining over the last decade, and in particular, the last administration really decided they didn't really want to put any energy or any money into coal or coal research or things like that. So basically, we were tasked with Wyoming, the state of Wyoming, basically said, okay, if we're going to have this kind of environment, we need to look for alternative uses of coal besides electrical power generation.
Is Wyoming big in coal?
Yeah, they are. They are the largest coal deposit in the country is in the Powder River Basin in Wyoming.
Wow.
And they ship coal all over the country.
So Trina, a quick background for me is my wife and I fell in love with Wyoming a few years ago, and in particular Laramie, the Snowy Peaks, and all the other places. So I'm interested. So go more into detail where this coal area is, and then what Wyoming plans to do. You know, we hear clean coal, dirty coal, and other uses for it. How does all that fit together?
Okay, perfect. So the Powder River Basin coal is in the northeastern part of the state. And so it's near Gillette, Wyoming, which is on the northeastern side as well. And a lot of the Powder River Basin coal mines are they're centered along several different seams and things like that. So that's where it is physically. And there's another coal deposit on the western side, the southwestern side, which is the Greater Green River Basin coal deposit. So Wyoming itself, if you look at the state, is pretty much a coal state.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of other minerals too, uranium and rare earths and all of this other stuff going on, but it is the largest coal. They have the largest coal deposits for sure.
What is in coal that you think could be extremely useful in other ways?
So what we do is the university looked at different ways to process coal other than thermal uses, so no combustion.
Okay.
And what they did was they said, okay, what are some other things we can do with the coal? And originally, we were looking at both high volume and high value uses of coal, and I'll get into the difference in a second on that one. But because we have such large coal reserves, and because the state of Wyoming taxes our mineral resources, we felt that in order to help the state, we were going to focus on high volume uses of coal because you could sell more. So one of the things there are a couple things that we have really put together for high volume uses. One of them is an asphalt binder. So you take coal and you run it through what we call a solvent extraction process. And it takes the coal and it makes this extract, and we use that as a binder for an asphalt product that you could put on roads. And so that is one high volume use for coal as opposed to petroleum. And a lot of petroleum companies are cracking their heavy oil to try to make the lighter products. And so the feedstock is becoming more difficult to find and get. So what we're doing is trying to present an alternative use. For asphalt companies.
One of the articles that I had read that caught my attention in the first place was that coal bricks. So instead of, making bricks out of, I guess, clay. I don't even know what bricks are made out of.
Yeah, clay bricks. That's right.
Clay bricks.
That's right.
Now, coal bricks, they're lighter. But then Bob's had the same question that I did. Wouldn't a house made of coal bricks just completely go up in a fire?
Okay, so That's a great question, and I get that question a lot. So the bricks are actually not made of coal. Okay, we have another process called pyrolysis that we basically put the coal through, and it's a high temperature process that basically burns off. Not really, because it's not combustion. So but the process does is it converts the coal into a char. So anything that is it's mainly carbon. So the components necessary for combustion or burning are not there anymore. So the char bricks are mainly carbon based. So that's why it doesn't burn, and that's why it's not going to burn. And by the way, we had our char bricks be evaluated in several different labs, fire labs, and we have a Class A fire rating, which means it's the higher rating for materials, so that bricks aren't going to burn.
That is very interesting. We're talking to Trina Igelsrud Pfeiffer, the director of the Center for Carbon Capture and Conversion at the University of Wyoming. Tell us how it works there. So you're constantly kind of throwing ideas at the wall, and then when one sticks, do you pitch it to a certain industry, to a certain company?
That's a great question, too. So what we did was the first thing we did was want to look at what can we even do with coal. And so in coming up with these another thing we have is a soil amendment. We also have the building materials. The bricks are one thing, but we also have insulating foam, structural grout, char and concrete, stabilizing soil, things like that with all these different building materials. And we also have graphite from coal and then membrane technology from our char. So we have a whole bunch of things, like you said. What do we do with it? And so the original idea was what would work. And then once we figure out what would work, we have a lot of industry interest now in what we're doing, because it's like, people weren't really interested initially because they didn't know if it was going to work or not. And now that we have proven out that it can work, and we are scaling up from basically a unit pilot plant to a field demonstration plant size, so like 8 to 10 tons per day unit in Gillette, Wyoming, and so we're now just getting a lot of industry interest in this whole process.
So do you, and to follow up on Heidi's question, so how do you pitch this? Do you, at the Center for Carbon Capture, do you have people out there hitting up all the different industries around the country and around the world? What is that sort of marketing step?
Well, that's a great question too. So the start of all this, the University of Wyoming is the only 4-year institute in the state, and the state of Wyoming has wanted to work on this so they could keep the coal mines alive, essentially open, help Wyoming mining communities, and that also keep the state financially secure. That was what they were looking at. So our focus is looking at in Wyoming initially, and then in the country, and then going global if we can find people to help us with it. So yes, and I do think from looking at the asphalt in particular, I think that would be very easy one to get on a global scale.
And then I also read, can coal be used as a fertilizer or to help the soil?
Yep, that's the soil amendment we have. We're using it for reclamation now, and we're also using it for farming as well. It tracks with biochar. So a lot of people that use biochar, we have a less expensive alternative for coal char. Coal char is a lot less expensive than the biochar. It's equivalent and the same advantages as biochar, like water retention and nitrogen runoff and soil health, are very, very similar in comparison. So yes.
Wow. Well, it is interesting.
Before we let you go, again, my affinity for the state and the university. In fact, my wife and I vacationed there last summer. We just said, well, let's go to Laramie for a while. How are things at the university today? Is it windy and cold?
Yes, it's always windy. Usually, sometimes more so than others. But it's not too bad today. It's like in the mid-40s, so it's not bad at all. Yeah, haven't had as much snow as we want. Actually.
As we want.
Right. So the reason we have that affinity is we we were there on a college visit for my youngest son. He kind of broke our heart because we instantly fell in love with it. And we were imagining coming for football games and all that kind of stuff. It all worked out fine, so we just come in the summer now.
Yeah. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. I mean, even in the winter, the snowies look really great.
I
bet.
Yeah. Trina, thank you so much for joining us and enlightening us on all the possibilities with coal.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you so much.
From the same guys who brought you the watering bowl, say hello to the number 2 crew. The number 2 crew will visit your yard once a week in St. Louis City, St. Louis County, or St. Charles County, and they'll take care of your dog's business. Think of the number 2 crew as your yard's best friend. 314-717-8880 or the number2crew.com. The number 2 crew reporting for duty each and every week in your backyard. The number 2 crew or the number2crew.com.
The official birthplace of the toasted ravioli is
Mama's on the Hill.
And Mama's on the Hill serves the best in town. Mama's has been a mainstay on the Hill for decades and is still a family-run restaurant serving up great Italian food in a fun atmosphere. Open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner, and right in the heart of the Hill at Edwards and Bischoff. Delicious catering and party rooms too.
Mama's on the Hill.
Make reservations at 314-776-3100 and 24/7 at mamasonthehill.com.
When you pay for tree work, you want to be sure you're getting the most for your hard-earned money. That's why you should always use the ISA certified arborist at River City Tree Service in Baldwin, Missouri. Hi, I'm Steve with River City Tree Service, and we've been the go-to tree service since 2008. Tree removal, tree trimming, storm damage, deadwood removal, stump grinding, and more. Give River City Tree Service a call for all your tree service needs at 314-270-8071. That's 314-270-8071. River City Tree Service.
Michael's Baths. His name is Michael, and he'll redo your bath. From tubs to shower conversions to full bathroom remodels, including paint and electrical, they do it all at Michael's Baths. Michael's Baths uses products like Centrel and Moens, backed by lifetime warranties to make sure your bathroom is done right. They specialize in ADA accessible showers and tubs, everything from grab bars to safety features and no gimmicks. Now offering a new, even higher-end wall option designed to bring a custom spa-like look to your home. 636-775-0800 or michaelsbaths.com.
Since 1974, Permajack of St. Louis has been helping residential and commercial owners protect their biggest investment. From successfully solving foundation structural problems to making sure basements remain dry, Permajack has performed tens of thousands of projects on both sides of the river, utilizing state-of-the-art technology, techniques, and equipment. Permajack of St. Louis has done it with honesty and integrity, never recommending anything outside of what you really need. For many repairs, Permajack provides a transferable life of structure warranty, all while Permajack of St. Louis has earned a BBB A+ rating and accreditation. For foundation settlement, bowed or buckling walls, cracks in your foundation, walls or bricks, or basement waterproofing, choose the hometown family-owned team at Permajack of St. Louis. Schedule your free inspection and estimate at permajackofstlewis.com. That's permajackofstlewis.com. Permajack, solid as rock.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants. The cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
Looking for a great local restaurant recommendation?
Missy Mo.
Tune in to the Kuno Food Service weekly special during the Frank and Jill Show, Thursdays at 11.
Hear from the best of the best restaurant owners in town.
Only on the Frank and Jill Show, Thursdays at 11. Presented by Kuno Food Service, right here on the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
Hi, it's Frank Cusimano inviting you to join me for the Press Box, brought to you by Control Option, Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m. We're going to interview some of the biggest names in sports and have our opening monologue. That's the Press Box, brought to you by Control Option, Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m. right here on the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
That's the album she worked with Jack White on, I think.
Yeah.
And won a bunch of Grammys. Kind of brought her back into the spotlight, talking about Loretta Lynn. I have that album.
The only country album I ever bought.
Well, it was a good one. Savannah Bananas set to return to Busch Stadium. All-inclusive tickets are for sale. They'll be at Busch Stadium August 21st and 22nd. The all-inclusive tickets for the 21st game start at $99. For the 22nd, they start at $125, and they're already available online at the Cardinals website. Anyway, I mean, they sold out last year, and now they're back. So it's kind of crazy. Speaking of sports, did you see soccer is now the third most popular sport in America? It's now bypassed your one true love, baseball. That's according to a new poll by The Economist. Football, of course, American football, is America's clear favorite, with 36% of us identifying as our favorite sport. Basketball managed to get to 17%, and I wonder if that is college or pro.
Yeah.
And then 10% of Americans prefer soccer, while baseball came in at just 9%. And then hockey goes a little bit lower. Only 4% call it their favorite. But I thought that was very interesting.
If you watch ESPN, all they do is talk about football and basketball.
Yeah.
Even during the baseball season, they never talk about baseball.
A lot of it has to do with who they're in business with.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean that they're in business with the NFL.
Yeah, right. Okay, Monday Night Football, and they air basketball games.
And they've always, and I don't even say they're wrong or it's a nefarious deal,
but
they've
know what
always
you're doing.
They always have been that way. That whoever they're in business with, they would talk hockey when they were doing NHL, and then it's just that's the way it works. That's business.
And didn't they just end Sunday Night Baseball? Isn't somebody else going to pick that up in the future?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
I have to check.
ESPN might be out of the baseball business.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how the whole baseball thing kind of works its way out. We had Randy Carricker in on Friday to just talk about the Cardinals and where will they even be broadcast. And
right.
I would argue that percentage of baseball fandom, if lack of other terms, is because I couldn't watch my own team here in St. Louis because I have YouTube and the games weren't carried on YouTube. And I started not to care. I used to watch baseball, at least a couple innings when Cardinals were on. But if they're not on, I don't know who's on the team. I don't know what's going on. And, I don't want to go to Busch Stadium nearly as much.
So now they're out of their deal and MLB will take over for the time being. Where are they going to be this year and how are you going to watch them? I think it's a major question for Cardinal fans.
Yeah.
And obviously football is a completely different animal. And aside from that Amazon Prime game, that was it Saturday night? The Bears game was on Prime. The Netflix games on Christmas. Aside from those, you get free football.
Yeah.
Football is on over-the-air television.
That's right.
And I don't know how you can't just, go to Rob Manfred and say, look what they are doing. How can they make it work? But you guys have a big paywall set up in front of you. So I can't echo Heidi's point more.
Yeah, I think there's some complications that are above my pay grade. But when you're trying to do 162 television shows times 30 teams,
it's a lot more.
It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different animal.
Yeah.
But I think you're right to restrict access for the paywall, as you point out. I think that's problematic. I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see it on Channel 11 again. But,
Yeah.
they don't listen to me, Bob.
They should.
5:30, and as I mentioned earlier, the roads have been kind of problematic this afternoon. Captain Paul, are things clearing up or getting worse?
Well, Heidi, they are still working to clear a vehicle fire on 255 East at Coke. It's blocking the two right lanes with the stop and go back up past Telegraph. We have some slow traffic on 44 East from Hampton to Kings Highway with the two left lanes closed for road work. 55 South is running slow at 4500 South Broadway. We have a stalled vehicle on 70 West past Lucas and Hunt, and 64 West is heavy and slow from Kings Highway to Clayton Skinker. This traffic report is brought to you by the Number 2 crew. When your dog makes a mess in the backyard, give our friends at the Number 2 crew a call. They will handle all of your dirty business. Visit them online at no2crew.com. That's no2crew.com. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, as you guys know, we went to Costa Rica back in November with Colette Travel and Altair, and it was fantastic. I mean, there were like 40 of us from St. Louis. We got to go to a coffee plantation, and we went to beaches, and we went to see some sloths. It was just incredible. Well, now we're going again, but you guys, this time we're going in search of Iceland's magical northern lights with Colette. We're going to go October 24th, and we're going to experience the land of fire and ice with a rare opportunity to search for those northern lights, one of nature's most dazzling light displays, and I cannot wait. We're going to see the steaming lava fields. We got the massive glacier sculpted mountains and valleys, and Josh, that thing that you don't think exists. Waterfalls. I cannot wait.
It's going to be fun for me and Josh to go with you. It's going to be great.
Hey, everyone is invited, is what I'm trying to say. And here's what's so nice. Colette handles all of it. So you don't have to worry about, hey, where am I going to fly into? Where am I going to stay? What am I going to eat? Colette handles all of that, the flights, the meals, the hotels, and even those local experiences like checking out the mineral-rich warm water of the Blue Lagoon. I mean, that's just one of the many things we're going to do. Oh, by the way, we're going to walk on that black volcanic sand beach, which I think is going to be really, really cool. So don't miss out. Make plans to join me in October 24th to be exact. You can call our friends over at Altair Travel, 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600, or go to ktrs.com to learn more.
When you go and get your car washed, do you really care which car wash you go to? Yes, because not all car washes are created equal. Country Club Car Wash is the local family-owned and family-operated car wash since 1989. All these other ones that are popping up, they're all run by out-of-town hedge funds. Keep it local. Keep it great. Touchless car washes, no brushes, inside and out. 5 area locations, Country Club Car Wash or cccwstl.com.
How would you like your vehicle serviced at your own home or office? Our new Mobile Service Plus, available exclusively from St. Paul Cadillac, can do just that. Hi, this is Joe Clemens. Simply give us a call or go to our website and get a unit dispatched right to your doorstep. This is a game changer for customer service, and we are so happy to offer it to you. Everything from oil changes, belts, new tires, tire rotation, recalls, key fobs, brake pads and rotors, EV charge, battery replacement, air conditioning service, and so much more. St. Paul's Mobile Service Plus will come to you. Call our mobile dispatch at 636-931-0055. That's 636-931-0055. Or go to our website at stpaulcadillac.com and set up an appointment. It's that simple. Get door-to-door service with St. Paul's new Mobile Service Plus. Nothing could be easier. Set up your appointment today. That's Mobile Service Plus exclusively from St. Paul Cadillac at the Herculaneum Auto Mall exit.
A big KTRS shout out to Lacey Lumber, family owned and family operated since 1872. Lacey Lumber has built the St. Louis metropolitan area. They've worked with builders and contractors and homeowners. They provide building materials from soup to nuts. 2 hardware stores in Belleville ready to serve you. Millwork, insulating material, wallboard, roofing materials, you name it, Lacey Lumber can help because Lacey Lumber is just that much better. LaceyLumber.com.
St. Louis Ambush Indoor Soccer is back this Friday night at the Family Arena to take on the Empire Strikers at 7:05 p.m. And it's Cancer Awareness Night, presented by Siteman Cancer Centers with a post-game autograph session and a special cancer awareness jersey auction to benefit Siteman's Cancer Centers Discovery Fund.
The first 500 fans receive a limited edition ambush poster presented by Sumner One.
Tickets available at the Family Arena box office or at Ticketmaster.com. For more information, go to stlambush.com.
I'm Reed Millard, president of Lupton Millard Chapel of St. Louis. We've been faithfully serving St. Louis families for generations. At Lupton Millard Chapel, we understand it's the little things that make a big difference for the families we serve. A traditional church funeral or a unique celebration of life. Providing the finest in services and attention to detail has always been the hallmark of our family.
Lupton Millard Chapel, the leader in excellence since 1905. For more information, go to LuptonMillardChapel.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. 600 Kelwood, St. Louis.
So here's the deal. If you're driving around and you've got some dings and dents and you start to notice them now a little bit more because the sun is out and you're driving, wait a minute, hold on, I didn't see that before. Guess what? You need to get to Dents Express. They've got 2 locations on Manchester, in Baldwin, and in St. Charles. Whether it's dent removal, hail damage, minor collision, they'll work with your insurance company, handle all the paperwork, and then when it's ready, they'll come call you and you can come pick up the car for 30 plus years. Dents Express, STL.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, let's talk a little entertainment news, and we start with the sad news of Grateful Dead guitarist Bob Weir dying over the weekend. He was just 78 years old. The cause of death was underlying lung issues related to his recent cancer battle. And tomorrow, Art Holiday is going to join us at 3:30 because Bob Weir actually stopped by Art Holiday's house. And I will leave it at that.
Okay.
Art will share that story with us tomorrow. The Golden Globes were last night. Did you guys watch?
Yes.
No.
Watched
I
the whole
was
show.
Watching football.
I had 2 TVs. I had a projector and I had the TV and was going back and forth.
Yeah, I went back and forth with football, but I didn't really miss anything.
No, one battle after another. Hamnet, The Pit, The Studio were all the big winners. I'd say Adolescence was too. Yeah. Sinners won cinematic and box office achievement, which means it's the best movie that people actually saw. Yeah. Noah Wyle grabbed the statue for Best Actor for his role on The Pit, and then he secured another trophy when he got home. His kids made him an award. It looked like it was sculpted from aluminum foil, and it said Noah Wyle, Best Dad.
Oh, man.
And the Best Dad wrote on an Instagram post, "What an incredible night. My heart is full." Amy Poehler defeated her ex-husband when Good Hang won Best Podcast over Will Arnett's Smartless. And St. Louis's own Nikki Glazer, who hosted the show, signed off wearing a Spinal Tap hat in tribute to Rob Reiner, which I thought was great.
I agree.
I think our favorite moment, because we talked about this off air for Bob and myself, when the Smartless guys came out, the if you want to call them play-by-play guys that were doing, kind of telling you who's coming up, said basically that Jason Bateman wasn't for them. They weren't
something like that.
Something along those lines. And Sean Hayes just immediately starts leading into the next category. And Jason Bateman's like, "Are we just going to ignore what happened?"
Dude, you guys not hear what's going on here?
Yeah.
It was really a good bit.
It was a very funny bit. Yeah.
And I think my favorite presentation was Judd Apatow.
Oh, he was funny too.
The comedy director. He was. I thought it was as good as anything I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, he was kind of saying that Nikki had babysat for his kids, and then kind of.
He saw her stand up and said she's no longer a babysitter.
Which was funny, and I love that she can give it out, but she can take it as well.
His kids they're probably, in their 20s now.
Yeah, they are now.
Yeah.
What was it, Knocked Up?
Knocked Up, and then This Is 40.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They were in both of them, and they were both so darling. Delightful. They were just... You just wanted to hug them. They were great.
I will say George Clooney was good, too, to wrap up the show.
He was good.
With Don Cheadle coming out, and that was a good one.
What I like about the Golden Globes compared to some of the other award shows is it's real loose.
Yeah.
People sort of shouting out to people that they see right in front of them, things like that. It's really good.
Now, the Oscars are held in the theater. Mm-hmm. But the Golden Globes is in a ballroom in a hotel. I would love to walk into that room and just see how tight it actually is.
It looked pretty tight.
It's pretty tight.
Yeah, they have trouble getting...
Have you been there?
And they have trouble getting up to the stage.
You can see everybody trying to struggle to get there. You really have to think about that when you're picking out a dress. I mean, Jennifer Lopez dressed the way, she wasn't up for any awards.
And for that, of course.
She was stunning, probably best dressed last night. But, if you have a long train, you got to know where you're sitting to try to navigate that, because there's also camera cords and, people stepping everywhere.
Have you ever had a dress like that with the long train
Not
thing
the
on?
long train. I mean, it's just even the long dresses, though, I end up stepping on myself the whole time.
Oh, my. I just looked up Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah.
Doctor.
Goodness. Oh, Doctor is right.
Oscar winner Kate Winslet might soon be taking up the reins for Mayor of Easttown Season 2, which is very exciting. She shared she's on the cusp of reprising the role of Mary Sheehan, a Philadelphia police detective who investigated the murder of a teenage mother across season 1 of HBO's crime drama. That was back in 2021, and she originally said it was done, dusted, finished. They're just doing one season. Well, now it looks like she's thinking about stepping back into it. She said, we probably will do it, and that's the first time I've ever felt that. She said, production wouldn't actually be this year, estimated that it might end up being 2027 when they film it, but I will be all in.
Me too. For folks, if you're looking for a cool show to watch and with not a huge investment, because as you said, it's only one season, she is so fantastic and it's so intense.
It is so intense and so intriguing. You don't really know where it's going, and it's wild.
Is it a dark comedy?
No, it's not a comedy at all.
Not a comedy at all.
It's a murder mystery.
Yeah. It's intense.
Yeah.
But they don't play up that accent that she does?
Well, no, that's the accent of the area.
Right.
She's talking about Philadelphia. She's got a Philly accent in this.
Yeah. I mean, Fargo was a dark comedy, and they played up the accent.
But this isn't a comedy.
This is not a comedy.
No,
it is not.
Okay.
Conan O'Brien thinks comedians are letting their anger at President Trump ruin their comedy. I kind of agree. He said, you've now put down your best weapon, which is being funny, and have you exchanged it for anger?
Yeah.
He said, good art will always be a great weapon against power, but if you're just screaming and you're just angry, you've lost your best tool in the toolbox.
I agree.
I think it's interesting. Morgan Wallen put out a limited edition I'm the Problem CD, and it includes, I think this is pretty funny, a heartfelt letter from his dad saying, I'm proud that Morgan has had problems in his life. If he didn't, he wouldn't be the man he is today.
So long as he's overcome them, I guess.
That's true. Megan Maroney just revealed the track list for her new album, Cloud 9, and it includes duets with Ed Sheeran and Casey Musgraves. And she'll be coming to town here in St. Louis for a show at Enterprise in June. It might be one that I have to get tickets to. Riley Green said he thought winning People's Sexiest Country Star Alive might mean a few of his ex-girlfriends would text him. They didn't. Instead, the only messages he got were from friends back home just giving him a hard time about it, which that's fun.
Pretty funny.
Yeah. Andrea Bocelli will be joining Mariah Carey now as a performer at the Winter Olympics opening ceremonies. That'll be here before you know it. Kevin Smith says a new Jay and Silent Bob movie is in the works. When was the last one?
I think we've kind of worn that out.
I do too. And I don't think that it'll appeal to the people that it appealed to back when it did. And kids,
we've outgrown it.
These days don't know what it is.
It better be a good script. That's a hard sell, I think.
I think so too. It was 55 years ago today in 1971. All in the Family premiered on CBS. And then 45 years ago, 10 years later in 81, Dynasty premiered on ABC. Alexis Carrington. As for TV tonight, you got the NFL wildcard game on ABC and ESPN. Pittsburgh Steelers host the Houston Texans. I mean, can these games be any more exciting than what they were over the weekend?
It'd be hard to top, wouldn't it?
Yeah. One Last Adventure, The Making of Stranger Things 5 is on Netflix. Any birthdays today?
We've got some kind of a weird mix. Let's start aging rock star and horror movie director Rob Zombie.
Rob Zombie, 63?
62.
Heidi gets it, 61. Amazon overlord, Jeff Bezos.
Oh, great question. 57?
No, I think he's 60s. 65.
No.
He's 62.
What?
Terrific actor.
Wait.
What?
He looks pretty good for 62.
Well, if you had all
I
that
thought he
money,
looked older. I really thought he looked older.
I went 65.
Yeah, that's probably what I would have guessed, right in that range.
Yeah.
Terrific actor. He's very good in The Bear. This mentions Chicago Med, Oliver Platt.
Oh,
He's really good.
He is so good.
Yeah. 71. He does that Chicago accent in The Bear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he on Chicago Med?
Yes. He's been on Chicago Med from the beginning. I've gotten a chance to interview him a couple times. He's very dry. He does not, he doesn't give you a lot.
Really?
Yeah. 67.
He's 66. Heidi got it, and now she's got an edge on the last one, Josh.
Crushing it today.
But I'm missing it by a year or two.
But a year counts, though.
Okay.
That's good. William Lee Golden of the Oak Ridge Boys.
Oh, man.
What?
He's got the waist-length beard.
Yeah.
William Lee Golden from the Oak Ridge Boys. So think about when they were out, Josh.
Oh, I bet 78.
88.
87. Josh salvages the day.
Dang, that's your evening entertainment report here on the Big 550 KTRS.
Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
Yeah, they're on the med, and these medications are used, these GLP-1s, for reducing inflammation in your body. I get so many folks that are like, wow, I don't have the knee pain. I don't have the...
Because once you start losing weight, all these other things naturally happen to you in a positive way. Not just talk about the deals for KTRS listeners at stlmedweightloss.com.
All KTRS listeners, they get $50 to $100 off their first month. And what's beautiful about it, too, hey, I get it. The economy, what we just had. Guys, things are difficult right now, but we make the plan work for you. We have financing options. We make this work for you because we realize how important it is to get down in your weight, get your confidence back, and really start feeling like the old you.
Call stlmedweightloss.com and ask Dr. Joe. stlmedweightloss.com.
Hey, St. Louis. Eddie McVeigh here from Maggie O'Brien's, reminding everyone that I'm looking forward to seeing you at one of our 2 locations. Whether it be for lunch, happy hour, dinner, or late night, Maggie's is the place to be. Don't forget to catch our shuttle to all the major events downtown. And if you need a banquet room, small or large, for that special occasion, please give us a call at Maggie O'Brien's. Maggie O'Brien's 2 locations on South Lindbergh and Sunset Hills and downtown at the corner of Market and 20th Street. Union Station is next to us.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants. The cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
For all of your travel needs, you go to the best travel agency in the world. Granted, I'm a little biased. Altair Travel and Cruises. They'll take you wherever you want to go in style. They'll handle all the details. You handle all the fun. Don't go to the Googles. Don't make that mistake. It all starts at Altair Travel and Cruises on Brentwood Boulevard, 314-968-9600. Anywhere you want to go, let Altair Travel take you. AltairTravel.com.
Having a tough time paying your bills? Learn how to reduce your credit card debt to a fraction of what you owe. Call the Debt Helpline now for free advice. 800-329-9912. 800-329-9912.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you retired? Are you thinking about retiring? Who is helping you with retirement? Might be time to check out the show When Retirement Happens, hosted by Kevin Lloyd of Legacy Wealth Advisors. Saturday at 1, Sunday at noon on the Big 550 KTRS.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
It's about 8 minutes before 6 o'clock. Let's get one final check of traffic with Captain Paul.
Heidi, they've cleared a vehicle fire on 255 East at Coke. 64 East bogs down around 170, and 64 West is a little busy in front of Forest Park. This traffic report is brought to you by Neighbors Credit Union. If you're ready to upsize, downsize, or first-time home buy, turn to the team at Neighbors Credit Union. At Neighbors Credit Union, you'll find great rates, expert advice, and personalized friendly service throughout the entire home loan process and beyond. That's just what you'd expect from a great neighbor. Apply online today at neighborscu.org. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Mom, what do you always say? There's nothing sadder than jewelry that sits in a drawer. That's why we are proud to offer jewelry repair on site at Newssetter's Fine Jewelry. We know that your jewelry is important to you, and we take that part of our job very seriously. Visit us at Doherty Ferry and Big Bend or learn more at wowdiamonds.com.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer. New year, new fitness goals and resolutions. But what if getting stronger didn't mean living at the gym? At 20 Minutes to Fitness, you can build real strength and bone density with just one 20-minute workout a week. This isn't crowded gyms or endless reps. You work one-on-one with a trainer using scientifically proven strength methods. Each major muscle group is taken safely to deep fatigue in just a few minutes, and then your body rebuilds the rest of the week. That's where the results happen. It's perfect if you're starting fresh, coming back from an injury, or worried you've waited too long. They're staffed by health professionals, managed by a physical therapist, and clients range from their teen years all the way up to nearly 100. Doctors even recommend it to improve bone density, blood pressure, and overall strength. If you're using GLP-1 medications like Ozempic or Wegovy, this is one of the best ways to protect and rebuild muscle. No memberships, no crowds, just appointments, personalized training, and real results. Your first session is free. Now celebrating 24 years in Chesterfield and Clayton. 20 Minutes to Fitness. Make this the year strength finally fits your life.
Gold?
Get green at Jewels on Hampton. Jewels on Hampton pays the most for your precious metals, jewelry, gems, currency, antiques, and collectibles. Jewels on Hampton buys precious and semi-precious gems and stones, scrap gold, and sterling silver. Jewels on Hampton buys and sells paper money, wristwatches, and pocket watches. They even take pianos and cars. To sum up, bring your gold chains, bracelets, rings, coins, dental gold, and more to Jewels on Hampton, 4506 Hampton Avenue in St. Louis. And get green online at jewelsonhampton.com.
When you want to send flowers to a loved one for a birthday, anniversary, or that special occasion, call your friends at Walter Knoll Florist. Walter Knoll is family-owned and operated and offers custom designs by expert designers. A huge inventory and selection that only the largest florist can offer, with quality and care that no grocery store florist can meet. They have several locations in the St. Louis metro area to serve you. Order online today at WKF.com. That's WKF.com. Walter Knoll Florist, your personal florist since 1883.
Kuna Food Service has been the trusted food supplier in the Midwest since 1918. For over 100 years, Kuna Food Service has been distributing the highest quality food products to some of your favorite restaurants while delivering superior customer service. When a restaurant puts their trust in Kuna Food Service, they get a team that truly cares about their success. That's why at Kuna, they like to say, they're big enough to handle it, yet small enough to care. Check them out online at kunafoodservice.com.
Meet me at the Village Bar. Ready for the world's best cheeseburger, homemade onion rings, trashed wings? It's the Village Bar for food and sports. Cards, blues, Mizzou, NFL, the game's always on. Open 7 days a week in De Pere. Grab your friends, grab a cold beer. We'll see you at the Village Bar.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
All right, let's wrap this show up with a couple randoms.
Despite the myths, your hair and fingernails do not keep growing after you die.
I did not believe that myth.
Yeah, they say that your cuticles recede.
Yeah.
Just makes it look like your fingernails are growing. Animal life stops at 1.2 miles below the surface of the earth. Some worms live that low. Worms.
A mile, 1.2 miles?
Yes. Nothing lives any lower than that.
Okay. Well, except for the underworld that's down there with the monsters.
The chuds.
The chuds, yes, yes.
And Miracle on 34th Street was released in June of 1947, even though it was a Christmas movie because the head of the studio believed more people saw movies during the summer.
Wow. All right. Well, that does it for us on this Monday afternoon. I hope you had as much fun as we did, and hopefully you'll meet us back here starting at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Until then, see if you can put a smile on somebody's face.
Whatever gets you through the night, it's all right, it's all right. Get your money or your life, it's all right.
How do you separate estate planning from elder law? You don't, because they're so intertwined. Let's face it, we're all getting older, and you need to make these decisions today, whether it's for your parents, for yourself, or for future generations. Rudy Beck, Jay Lennox, and Caroline Stolzer have been navigating these important decisions for more than 50 years. Beck, Lennox, Stolzer, Estate Planning, and Elder Law. Call them, 636-946-7899 or beckelderlaw.com. You can thank me later.
When you pay for tree work, you want to be sure you're getting the most for your hard-earned money. That's why you should always use the ISA certified arborist at River City Tree Service in Baldwin, Missouri. Hi, I'm Steve with River City Tree Service, and we've been the go-to tree service since 2008. Tree removal, tree trimming, storm damage, deadwood removal, stump grinding, and more. Give River City Tree Service a call for all your tree service needs at 314-270-8071. That's 314-270-8071. River City Tree Service.
Hi, it's JJ from Spectrum Eyeglass Repair, the nation's leader in eyeglass repair. Is there a broken pair of sunglasses you thought were doomed to stay in the glove box? Are your glasses taped together, glued together? Bring them to Spectrum. We'll fix them. Spectrum Eyeglass Repair carries a large selection of pre-made clip-ons, cases, and accessories. We can custom make clip-ons to fit your frames. You'll like our service, and you'll love our prices, almost as much as you'll love our song. We're in Crestwood on Watson Road, and on the web at SpectrumEyeglassRepair.com. Now let's hear that groovy song one more time. Sing along with me.
Spectrum Eyeglass Repair.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it!
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is where St. Louis comes to talk.
What number do you want?
The Big 550.
KTRS.
St. Louis.
From ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. The state of Minnesota, joined by the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, have announced a lawsuit against the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Trump administration in order to block the ongoing surge of federal immigration agents into the state. The state has been the center of increased activity over the past several months, culminating in the shooting death of Renee Good by an ICE agent January 7th. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey.
If the goal were simply to look for people that are undocumented, Minneapolis and St. Paul would not be the place where you would go. There are countless more people that are undocumented in Florida and Texas and Utah. Why are they in these much smaller cities in the middle of the Midwest? The answer is very clear. It is politics.
Bill and Hillary Clinton could be in contempt of Congress if they do not show up for separate scheduled closed depositions this week as part of the panel's investigation into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The GOP-led House Oversight Committee scheduled a deposition for Bill to appear under subpoena tomorrow at 10 a.m. and one for Hillary to appear under subpoena Wednesday at 10 a.m. A GOP committee spokeswoman tells ABC News that Clintons have not confirmed they'll appear, but are obligated to do so by law. A lawyer for the Clintons has not responded to multiple requests for comment. The largest nursing strike in New York City's history began this morning with more than 15,000 nurses across several city hospitals walking off the job after contract negotiations fell apart. Among their requests, increased staffing, safer workplace conditions, better pay and benefit protection. Aretha Morgan, an ER nurse and director with the New York State Nurses Association, tells ABC News.
To have one nurse with 20 patients in an emergency department where people are bleeding, having heart attacks, strokes, it's just not safe for patients.
You're listening to ABC News.
This is KTRS News. I'm Sylvie Bay. A suspect is in custody after a deadly shooting in South St. Louis. Police say a man was gunned down yesterday afternoon in the 4200 block of Michigan Avenue. This marks the second homicide in the city since the beginning of the year. Missouri is seeing an increase in the number of human trafficking cases. The state averaged more than 240 human trafficking cases per year between 2020 and 2024, according to the National Human Trafficking Hotline. Missouri recorded 272 cases in 2024, which was the highest number of human trafficking cases in the state since 2020. Hundreds turned out yesterday in Clayton to protest ICE shootings in Minneapolis and Portland. Protesters called for ICE to be abolished, citing a lack of due process and unchecked power. Republicans say federal officers are following the law, and protesters should tell their Congress members to change the law. The search continues for 4 monkeys and a goat on the loose in St. Louis City. The sightings of the animals were reported on Friday and Saturday. Anyone who sees these animals should call St. Louis Animal Control. Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe will deliver the 2026 State of the State address tomorrow. He will detail his legislative priorities and his fiscal year 2027 budget proposal. 16 men and women will represent the U.S. in the Olympics after winning in the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in St. Louis over the weekend. Among the winners are Ilya Malinin, Amber Green, and Alyssa Liu. This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florists, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. A St. Louis-based architecture, engineering, and construction firm has acquired an automation company. The St. Louis Business Journal reports BW Design Group has bought Melisco in an effort to expand its automation and system integration capabilities. This Look at the Markets is brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement, Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. Wall Street today, Dow Jones closed up 86 points, S&P 500 up 11, NASDAQ up 62 points. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Attention. Attention. Please make your way to the nearest radio.
It's time for the Press Box with Frank Cusimano on the Big 550, KTRS.
Powered by the Control Option.
Good evening and welcome to the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. Frank Cusimano with you till 7 o'clock. We'll talk a little basketball with Corey Tate and the 15-1 Billikens a little bit later in the program, but we begin with the NFL. Nothing else matters in life. Howard Balzer joins us. He's covered the league for 50 years now. H, what a weekend of football. I don't know which one was the best game. Well, I think I do know which was the best game, but 3 of the 4 were really good. How about yourself? What did you love the most?
Well, like you said, I mean, the first 3 were just off the chain, obviously, and then more. The only one that turned out not to be was, the game between the Chargers and the Patriots, which was close for quite a while, but the Chargers could just get nothing accomplished offensively. But the other ones, I mean, 3 and 4 point games. I mean, what more can you ask for? And all of pretty much coming down to the final couple minutes. So it was kind of it was emblematic of the whole season. Obviously, you don't get that many of a percentage in a given week, but as I tracked it, Frank, during the season, it was a big number of games that were decided by one score. Close to 70% of the games in the NFL were one-score games at one point in the final quarter, and it just shows how competitive this league is. It also shows, Frank, how a play here or there, or an overturned call or a reverse call on replay, whatever it might be, all of those little things have a huge difference in winning or losing, and yet then afterwards, as I've noted, the coaches always come under scrutiny. I mean, it's pretty crazy to me that all this happens, like with Philadelphia losing a close game and coming down to the wire, had a chance to go ahead, but they weren't able to. And the first thing everyone is talking about is major changes coming to the Eagles after it was a team that won the division and was a high seed in the playoffs. So it's it's just amazing. I guess it's not amazing because it's always been this way to a degree, but the scrutiny on coaches and head coaches, as opposed to the players who make the plays or make the mistakes, is always a little backwards to me.
Well, without a doubt, there's going to be a lot of discussion in Philadelphia today about the head coach, Nick Sirianni. I don't think you can fire a coach a year after he's won a Super Bowl. I don't know if it's ever happened. Maybe you know. But I do think this Kevin Patullo, the offensive coordinator, has got to be in real trouble. The stat that jumped out at me yesterday is that 7 times they lined up the quarterback directly behind the center. No shotgun, okay, direct snap. And 7 times they ran the football. I mean, you talk about a lack of creativity. Wow. This is not anything new with Philadelphia. It's been like this all season long with Kevin Patullo. It wouldn't shock me at all if they make a move there. There's a lot of talent there for them to be going out in the first round.
No, I don't disagree that there might not be a change. What I'm saying is with the micro, analysis of all this, I will say this about the Eagles. If you go back over the last almost decade and add up the number of times that the Eagles have lost games without Lane Johnson on the field, their perennial all-pro right tackle, and then look at all the times and how successful they've been when he's been on the field, and you'd say, wow, that guy means a lot. And he did not play in that game. And so that affects what you call, it affects your game plan. All of those things have a focus. I mean, it was interesting to me, Frank, in that chart. I mean, here's the Chargers, a team that won a bunch of games, and they can muster only 3 points. And the media is asking Jim Harbaugh, I don't know what went wrong. And, they're all trying to not sugarcoat it, but just say, yeah, we got to look at it. We got to look at it. But that offensive line was just totally dominated by the Patriots. And yet that was never even asked specifically by anyone in Harbaugh's press conference, nor did he bring it up. Now, I don't expect the head coach to say, well, you know what, our offensive line has to play a lot better for our offense to function. But that's the way it is in the NFL. If you have a non-functioning offensive line, then you're going to struggle on offense. And some would say, well, how can you put it all on one guy like Lane Johnson? Well, look at the record. That's all I say.
Yeah, and, you think about it. On the other side, Trent Williams, we were not sure if he was going to play. He did play, and he played great. So you're right. And the Chargers, the story last night was Justin Herbert getting the tar beaten out of him all game long because of that offensive line. Now, granted, they have some serious injuries with the Chargers, but you're right, H. I mean, it's about the offensive tackle or the offensive line position.
There's no question, and there's no doubt that the 49ers have had a lot of injuries during this season. Most of them came in the first half of the season, but now they've had a couple of more. But the one thing you mentioned, Trent Williams, and when the 49ers could get no offense going against Seattle in that final game of the regular season, now Seattle has an excellent defense. There's no doubt about it. But guess who didn't play in that game? Trent Williams. And so now he was back for this one, probably not 100%, but he was sure a lot better than anyone else that they would have put out there. And that's, look at the Chiefs. I mean, the Chiefs are a classic example. Look how they got dominated in the Super Bowl last year by the Eagles because they were shuffling guys all over the offensive line. This season, they tried to correct it with the draft and some other acquisitions. And then the guy they drafted, missed a whole bunch of games, and they won 6. Those are the things that really get manifested in close games. And that's why when you look at the Chiefs, who were, by the way, 11-0 in one-score games last season and won 15 in the regular season, and this year we're 1-8 in one-score games and won 6 games. And that's where those issues really rear their ugly head when you get to those critical parts in games, whether it's third down, whether it's in the red zone, fourth quarter, wherever it might be. The Chargers last night, Frank, were 1 for 10 on third down. And that's where the defense brings it, and you better be able to block them. And if you can't, you're not going to be consistently functional.
The other takeaway from the Eagles game and the 49ers, despite the great creativity by Coach Shanahan and getting McCaffrey the ball in so many different positions, is A.J. Brown confronting Nick Sirianni, after a pair of passes that were directed towards him fell harmlessly to the turf. Well, okay, you get mad at your coach, but then, you ought to catch the ball when it's thrown right in your hands also. It's just an ugly look in Philly.
Yeah, it was. And then, of course, the incident where Sirianni ran down the sideline, and they were always going after A.J. Brown. Well, he was trying to get him off the field because after one of the plays, he was lingering on the field, and he should have been getting off the field after that play. And so Sirianni did that, and the camera catches it, and all of a sudden, oh, there they are. They're going at it again, and they're both emotional guys. So, yeah, going back to that original point, there probably will be changes in Philadelphia. But, it just shows the scrutiny that there is on this game, obviously, by TV, by the media and everything, how close games are, and then the emotional reactions, not only of fans and media and all that, but of the players and coaches at times, can bring even more scrutiny to what's going on. But I always go back to this, Frank. You always hear coaches say people just don't realize how hard it is to win a game in the NFL. Not necessarily just a championship, but how hard it is just to win a game because how competitive it is. Then you bring it to the playoffs, and it's even harder.
Okay, so without a doubt, the game of the weekend, you have two old-school teams, an incredible rivalry, Bears and Packers. It's on a Saturday night. The atmosphere in Soldier Field, where if it wasn't the Bears fan who was grating cheese as the Bears won the game or the Mike Ditka lookalike, I mean, everything about the game was just spectacular to watch. I was talking to a Chicago friend this week right after the game, and he said something kind of interesting. He goes, you don't know how important this is. Oh, yeah, I do. No, he says, you think about it in our history, this is like a top 12 moment ever. So, like, if you had the 6 Bulls titles, the 3 recent Blackhawks titles, that's 9. A Cubs title is 10. And then the Bears Super Bowl, that's 11. He goes, this is like a top 12 or top 15 moment because, the rivalry, the Saturday night, the hatred, and, the drought. I mean, you beat up on your big brother because the Packers have beaten them like a drum over the years.
No doubt. And, of course, they were behind 21-3, and most are thinking, well, there's no way they're going to come back from this. And they were able to do it, even though the Packers did have an opportunity late to snatch it back. So, yeah, that rivalry is maybe unparalleled in all sports. Obviously, a lot of arguments from other unbelievable rivalries, but that one is high level. There's no doubt about it. And now there's scrutiny on Matt LaFleur. I mean, all the guy has done is won there. And I'll say this about the Bears, Frank, just in reference to our previous conversation. You hear all the love for Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Much deserved. Don't get me wrong. But the biggest thing that the Bears did in the offseason is they changed their entire interior offensive line. They went out and signed an unrestricted free agent, Drew Dahlman, a center, as an unrestricted free agent. They traded for 2 starting guards, Jonah Jackson and Joe Tooney. And even the traded guys who had contracts, they renegotiated them, and they paid over $80 million in guaranteed money to those 3 players. Caleb Williams, I believe his sacks last year were in the 50s or 60s. This year, I think he was sacked 23 times, something like that. So hardly anybody talks about that offensive line for the Bears because it's not sexy. Oh, let's talk about Caleb. Let's talk about Ben Johnson. Oh, the genius. And they're both excellent. Don't get me wrong. But they would not be able to be performing like they have if it wasn't for the line. And the other thing they did, now this is one, I guess you have to chalk it up to luck, that running back, Manon guy, a 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That enables them not to have to overwork DeAndre Swift, and they're able to use them both and be successful. But how successful would they both be, again, without that offensive line? That's the lifeblood of an offense, and it gets ignored way too much when teams are analyzed.
And then we have Caleb Williams now with 7 fourth-quarter comebacks this season, including the playoffs. That's the most in the season by any quarterback under the age of 25 in NFL history. I know he misses some throws from time to time, but he had the greatest single throw of the NFL season on Saturday night in that 4th and 8. That was insane. And, you could make a case for he's had like maybe 3 or 4 of the 10 best throws this season, period. I mean, it
is remarkable, and it speaks to what I was saying about those plays here or there. If that one, it hit. If it doesn't, certainly the outcome is probably different. And so, that's the beauty of the NFL. Certainly, I mean, when you add it up, I was adding this up about in that game. I think it was in that game. I believe that there were 100 and something like 78 snaps in the game. That includes special teams, offense, defense, and special teams. 178 snaps. And just think of all the different ones in there that can turn a game one way or the other. And I think that's lost sight of at times. But, yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, some of the throws he has made in crucial situations are just incredible.
So you and I were texting yesterday, and I asked you this question. I'll ask it to you on the air. So if we're factoring in age and the position, how many players would you name before you got to Caleb Williams if you were starting an NFL franchise right now? Now, I think you could easily say Drake May, who's actually slightly younger and could be the NFL MVP. And if you want to say Josh Allen, who's about 4 or 5 years older, you think he's going to play for a long time? Yeah.